would like to start with you.
Hallo, this is Kishore Sister, the chairman of the Press Council.
Matthijs Lid, Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm responsible for Indonesia and Myanmar.
I'm Gary Busman, also from the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs, back in The Hague. I'm responsible for press freedom.
My name is Kees van der, and I'm the Dutch Human Rights Ambassador.
Good morning, my name is Virgilio Guterres. I'm the chair of Timor-Leste Press Council.
Good morning, Hugo Fernandes from the Timor-Leste Press Council.
Good morning, Paul Roger from the Timor-Leste Press Council.
Good morning, from the Timor-Leste Press Council.
Good morning, Everybody's from the Press Council of Indonesia.
Good morning, I'm Ahmad Tun, Vice Chairman of Myanmar Press Council.
Good morning, my name is Nien Kyo, members of Myanmar Press Council.
We have two new people coming.
Prachtig, Thomas, acting head of political affairs, Netherlands Embassy.
And
I'm Min Kwok Lim from UNESCO office. I'm very, very glad that all of you can come. Of course, this is a precursor to the actual press council meeting later. And we're very happy that the ambassador will be able to meet with you, is meeting all of you. And I really, really hope that this sort of like have a good opportunity to discuss and see how we can improve things.
okay, but we're here together, relatively new.
Yes.
Yeah. But you will be supported by the Indonesian
Yes.
Press Council. Yeah. Okay, and then we will support that cooperation as the Dutch. We all will also sign before we leave this meeting. We will sign this agreement, this letter of intent, yeah, for these issues. But first, I think perhaps I would like to discuss the freedom of expression, say, in your countries, and also the role of your press council. And perhaps you could start with the host country.
Thank you very much.
Timor-Leste. And yes, our press council, Indonesia Press Council, is created in 2000 under the new press law, 1999, and we work independently. We are a self-regulation body, so we do not we do not have a coordination with the government in the sense that they can instruct something to the press council. So the press council, Indonesia Press Council, set up by the Indonesian media community, and we have some today. What I can tell you that for more than 15 years, we try to protect the freedom of the press in Indonesia. So this is the main task of the Indonesian Press Council. And we have, of course, we have several functions, not only to protect the freedom of the press, but we also try to create some training, education for the journalists, and also monitoring the media company performance, and we also try to mediate and try to solve all of the public complaints that come to the press council. We have no official funding from the state. I mean, all of the members not receive salary from the state. So we try to be independent by not receive salary from the government. But our secretariat fully funded by Ministry of Information and Communications, and we only have 9 members to cover the whole country. So the big responsibility, and of course the programs itself we try to share with other departments in the government. For instance, that we work that's a very brief introduction of the Press Council of Indonesia. Thank you.
Perhaps Nepal?
Parliament, and most of the members are from the media community, working journalists, editors, publishers, from different sectors. So our press council was established in 46 years ago, though it's a small country. Still we have been facing with political turmoil, instability, transition, and Constitution has guaranteed press freedom, no censorship, no seizure of newspapers, no suspension, no banning, nothing. But threat is of this new technology, online media especially. It's very easy to run on a website without registering and making big human false news, fabricating blackmail, so many bad things. So in the name of test, anarchism is there. So because of this constitutional provision, so it couldn't be controlled. That's why anarchism is there in big volume, especially in the name of giving breaking news, like whatever who wants it to post the right. So this is a big threat to our democracy, because as you know, we have upheaval of political changes, 240 years of monarchy, constitutional monarchy, democracy, republican setup, and so many things. So people are not exactly used to adopt the political system as well. So that's a big threat.
Yeah.
And we have open border with India. There are movements. And since 19 years, there's no election could be held for local governments. Local governments. And after changes, it's supposed to be held. So election commission has requested us to take care of this media monitoring things, and we have been very cautiously watching this. More trainings to journalists, because we have 1,000+ online, 912 registered newspapers, 82 television channels, 14,000 registered journalists. So, but there is no system of press examination. Right? So, irresponsibility is a big threat, and credibility is must. And we are looking for some sort of training for journalists.
Is it my presentation or just introduction? I didn't read
The introduction is saying also to see what your how old are you? You say and what are the challenges you are facing?
Actually, we what should I use my PowerPoint? Okay, I see. Only 2 years old, actually. 2 years.
Yeah.
And we have 24 members. And there are over 4,000 media workers, comprising journalists and editors, mostly without any experience and proper training in professional skills and ethics. We still have a lot of problems and challenges, and very limited resources. But yeah, concerning the funding, we get from the government also, but we are not paid. Only just like the our Indonesian counterparts, only office secretariat they are paid. We're independent, and we also receive assistance from foreign and local contributors, concern the international community also, IMS, and DW Academy from Germany. I'll go the details in my presentation.
Okay. And I think so.
Okay, thank you for the chance given to us to share Timor-Leste's press council. We are about to celebrate our first anniversary next 10 of May, because it was 10 May last year that we were officially established. It's a swearing in by the parliament. So we are quite new, so it's like a baby that's learning how to walk. But the idea of having a press council has been debated since 2000, when the advocacy for press freedom started with the Constituent Assembly, when and then also previous 2 or 3 years the debate on the draft of the media law. So finally last year in 2014, even there's still some articles there still raise some controversy among the journalists, but finally we have the press council. We can say that even it was not guaranteed in the Constitution, the establishment of a press council, but the press freedom, freedom of association, it was well guaranteed in the Constitution due to the campaign that we made in 2000, 2001 as the Journal Association. So we have Article 40 and 41 who guarantee the press freedom. But also there is one article in the Constitution, Article 9, who describe the reception of Timor-Leste of international governance. So Timor-Leste in 2002 we ratified all the international covenant on human rights, and not just to ratify, but also we use as a national law. If there's no law, no existing law, so we can use those. So that's the good things that we have. So the composition, we have 5 members. 2 of them is nominated by the parliament with different expertise. One from the legal expert, and the other one from media expert. And 2 nominations from Journalist Association or Journalist Union, and then 1 from media owners. So we have 5 people there nominated by different stakeholders. So looking at this and then looking at the funded, now we can say it's fully funded by the state. So we are not have courage enough to say that we are self-regulated body, maybe. But by law we are independent, and we have autonomy to manage ourselves, to decide things that related to press freedom. We have programmatic responsibilities and also sanctionatory mandates. Programmatic, we must encourage the development of journalism, the skill of journalism. The other thing, we have the competence as well to give sanction to journalists. So the challenge of us is to avoid that bad part. And also the other challenge is we come in the era where the politicians, the struggle for power, they start to understand how to, what's the importance of media and what's the dangerous part of the media. So the challenge is how to to let others, the politician or other stakeholders, to know the role of the media, including the public itself. I think we have the same things with Myanmar, especially on the contents of journalism, the quality of the journalism that we do. In terms of freedom, so far we can say that the honeymoon that we get during the under the UN, it's about to end. So it's natural that after a honeymoon, the parents start going after you when you want to get the baby or what is it. So I think that's supposedly start to come into to the journalism in Timor-Leste about the quality and about the balance. So we are doing the things to follow up on that. So I think that's some brief things from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So when you, 46 years ago, and 2000, yeah. Because when you say when you were set up, well, especially when you were set up 46 years ago, we didn't have online media. And like in your board, I mean, you say you are now 9 members. I don't know any members representing online media as such, or bloggers, or anything.
We don't have bloggers.
Okay, because it's something which is completely new, and which say at Timor-Leste, and of course Myanmar, while setting it up, you take that into account as well. Yeah, it's a big part.
Yes.
Yeah. So then how do you deal with that? So with the online media and also with, you know, who are journalists? Who aren't journalists? Is a blogger a journalist? You know, is it journalism? And also about the news you were discussing as well. I mean, use of just fake news, for example. How are your press councils dealing with that?
From our side, we have responsibility to look after these 3 categories: printing, electronic, and online media. Then after we started with visiting Indonesia, and then we visited Portugal, and also we Australian Press Council, because I think, like Nepal, small country between 2 big neighbors, geographical neighbors, but we also have historical neighbors, Portugal. So we try to get some experience from that. So we come out that now we are in the middle of, I think with the help of friends from Indonesian Press Council, we have the draft for this how to look after the online media, the cyber media. But the challenge is how to identify what kind of online. It's a blog, or so we try to identify, to select that we only look after medias online that have editorial treatment. I mean, that they have a, editorial policy, journalistic contents, things like that. So we will not, but it's we will not go beyond the private blogs or.
Private blogs is not saying that.
We will not. We try to. I think we need another. As we used to say there, that maybe this is the competence of other institutions.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's from what maybe Arshad want to ask something.
And saying.
Yeah. Entities violate code of conduct. There are 2 ways. One is one could go to the court. It's long process for 2 years, 3 years. And another one is government became very clever, so it made a law of cybercrime. So if anyone who could post on Facebook, Twitter, or anything, even a journalist or other people, in the name of preventing, crime, criminal things, so 5 years imprisonment, 100,000 rupees fine, such kind of law has been enforced. On one issue, more than 3 35, 36 journalists were arrested for doing this, getting involved. And the case came to press council, and we said, it's not your fault, it's not police case, they are journalists. So we'll handle this case ourselves. So if now the onlines, they are compelled, regulation has been made that we have to register you with the some sort of government department with your proof, identity, everything, and come to press council to register. We will look up the case if you face any time. And but the complaints are still there. President, Prime Minister, even poor people are not safe. They can write. The punishment ratio is very, very low. That's why press freedom is not absolute right. In the press freedom, go everywhere, do everything. Just show your ID card and go to the government secretariat and steal the documents, and it's not good. So that's why this time Election Commission has given us task to look after. Press Council of Nepal has mainly two constitutionally guaranteed authority. One is every year categorize the media in 4 grades, A, B, C. On the basis of this categorization, they can get facilities like advertisements without going through this procedure.
Government, so that they can get government advertisements?
Public welfare, like BPF, or sanitary, some sort of awareness creation type of advertisements. Another one is we provide medical assistance to journalists. We provide loan or
sorry.
Loan or grants to journalists. If one is willing to buy camera, laptop, offset trays, television or radio equipment, we provide 25% grants there. We provide scholarship as well. And each year we reward 42 journalists and media institutions, each year on the basis of their performance. At the same time, we have authority to take action, suspending their press accreditation card and putting their names on website that they are blacklisted for violating press code of conduct very seriously, some sort of things. So these are the things.
These are naming and shaming.
Yes.
Okay. You have
Though we need training to,
Yeah.
Before taking action, serious action, to make aware. Just last year we have issued new code of conduct.
Yeah.
And to address online, electronic media as well. Otherwise, it was more focused on print media. So this is our new code.
Do others have it as well? This naming and shaming of those who.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In calculation for online media, we call it a guideline for cyber media.
Yeah.
And now it's adopted by all of media online. Online media in Indonesia, they put like announcement that they agree with this regulation.
Okay. Yeah, and it works?
It works very well.
Yeah. Was one of the things prevent hate speech, for example?
Yes.
Because that is one of the issues as well, which we have, especially with online media.
So our law was very weak. That's why they marched rebel, 10 years long Maoist war, people's so-called people's war, took life of 36 journalists.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people goes to combat and kill themselves.
Yeah.
So it took such kind of brutal practice, and some were imprisoned as well.
And Myanmar, in your 2 years existence, have you done something like that as well?
We most of the, if we have a accomplishment, we have handled over nearly 300 cases, mostly tax. And when it comes to online cases, there is a controversial law provision. That is the telecommunication law.
Yeah.
It is become very, very notorious these days. because about 60 people, including about nearly 20 of the voters have been taken under this provision.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, there is a, according to the media law, the complainants are supposed to come to the press council first before going to the court. But they can go straight to the court and send the accused to prison.
Yeah.
So most of the, especially the government authorities, they tend to go to the court without approaching the press council.
Say hand.
Actually, I the background. 3 years interim press council we already had in 2012, 2015. So we too also involved in this interim press council. This interim press council drafted the media law, and then these are also including the statute of the press council formation.
Yeah.
So these 3 years, 2012, 2015, these are the first. The quasi-civilian government 2010 election and 2015. These parallel with the first elected government within 5 decades. So these are very transition period. We also in the interim press council also they also demolished the notorious 46 years old the pre-censorship scrutiny vote. So that's why these are very interesting times, and we'll have these 300, 200, 300 these complaint cases are during since 2012 to until now.
Say, what the Netherlands is dealing with right now, together with UNESCO, is on the protection of journalists. Need to be monitored, say the intimidations, violence, threats against journalists. Are you involved in that?
Yes.
Together with UNESCO?
One of our responsibilities is to protection of journalists. That's why we already approved the regulation on how to handle violence against journalists. So we refer to our friends in Indonesia. So we also are in the process of establishing cooperation with our state institution that frequently, sometimes involved with our police headquarters and also our courts, maybe to have some and we understand how to deal with the case related to journalism. So that's we already approved. It's the main concern in our country. It's part of our campaign. That's a policy campaign. With because we already become member of this Portuguese-speaking countries platform. So the media regulators, the press regulators in this country, we have. So one of the points that we want to campaign is against this, the hate speech.
Yeah.
So that's I think we need to bring that down to the local. So one of our main things is the violence against journalists. We do have some cases, for example, before the election, two journalists were facing some violence from the police in countryside. We also have one case last year in Delhi, police split. The journalists, the association, they filed the case along its own process.
But do you also report on it to UNESCO? Because UNESCO is one of them, say, collecting all. Yeah.
If I may add, the Indonesian Press Council is indeed reporting and actively working with the Indonesian National Police to submit the information concerning the killings of journalists that indeed UNESCO is collecting the report. So actually has been
and we also train to promote their professional skills
But do
ethical
you,
issues. At the same time, we give protection to them.
and do you also say that to reporting to UNESCO?
UNESCO, no. Only whenever they come to our, we answer their questions.
Oh, okay. Okay. And Nepal?
No, we are not directly associated with UNESCO, and
Okay.
in a year, one or two programs we do together,
Yeah.
but we don't report to UNESCO. We directly, if police is involved, then directly intervene and instruct the police or government not to take any action against
Yeah,
us. We will take care.
Say, I'm getting a signal that we need to round up. You have another meeting at 10. Before we leave, we would like to sign this letter of intent, together with the Pers and
Timor-Leste Press Council and UNESCO.
UNESCO. Oh, sorry. But I thought Indonesia is also involved.
Also involved.
Oh, that's good, yes.
You can also draw your signature if you want.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That's a good one. Feels this place.
Yeah.
That was painless.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
I say good luck. Yeah. But I also would like to, Don Pes.
Yes.
You as well.
Thank
Come,
you.
join.
Yeah.
Because you are going to
Maybe we
support
have a group photo as well, maybe.
Okay. And you as well. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe we can hold it together.
Yes.
That would be better.
Richard.
This is so the Netherlands
Yeah. That's
So you see
logo is there.
Yeah, all right.
Let's join. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I was at Independence Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need you to, and I heard this morning already, please use your microphone because the note takers would be very, very gracious and appreciative if everybody uses the microphone. Now, this is going to be a casual meeting of experts. So it was just between you guys. Some people may come in and come out from the room. Ignore them. Concentrate on each other. We are not putting a lock on the door, so people may still come in and out. But the stars of the show of today are you guys and ladies. Okay, yeah, ladies. I almost ruined the gender balance by not having some female experts on the panel. Now, the reason why we have this meeting is because we have in this region and in fact the world, two of the newest press councils recently established within the past 12 to 24 months. We have from Timor-Leste, of course, Timor-Leste Press Council. We have Hugo, we have Paolo, we have Rigoletto, and of course, but Gilles is not here yet. I think he just stepped up for a second. Oh, there he is, and Mr. Gilles. And of course, we have our colleague from Myanmar Myanmar Media News Council. Press Council. Press Council, yeah. Okay. Now, the idea is really we share information about the day-to-day operation, because you are the people that actually runs a press council. I think we do not need to talk about the benefit of press councils and self-regulation here. We all know the benefits of this, the press councils, the self-regulation. And we have with us Pak Johar,
Pak Ahmad Johar, who will be representing the Indonesian Press Council. And of course, the World Press Freedom Day this year is co-hosted and co-organized by Indonesian Press Council, by UNESCO, and by the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of Indonesia. And really, do enjoy yourself as much as you can today. This is not going to be formal, be interactive. You can see in the notes that have been passed around, there is an agenda. We can try and keep to that if you can. And do feel free to ask questions around. You are among peers, you are among expert peers. So this is the time to network and to share information. And we hope that UNESCO can contribute towards everybody's improvement and capacity building and knowledge sharing. And I'll just now pass the floor to Pak Johar to say a few words, and then we will just go straight to the discussion. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Allow me to deliver these remarks on behalf of Pak Ketua, our chairman of the Indonesian Press Council, who has to leave this area, to another program. Okay. Being the host for World Press Freedom Day 2017 brought us, the Indonesian Press Council, a great deal of honor and joy. In addition, we also proud to host a special expert meeting sharing experiences with two newly formed press councils, the LPC, Timor-Leste Press Council, and Myanmar Press Council. Yeah. Not MNC, MNC like it.
Initially it was.
Okay. Yeah. Which has been working closely with the Indonesian Press Council. The Indonesian Press Council was born out of reformation, a process that changed the entire Indonesian political landscape from repressive conditions to openness spanning the last 2 decades. There are a great many experiences that we have acquired in developing the post-reformation Press Council, either from internal or external sources. It takes a drastic change of culture to be able to envision a press institution that is completely autonomous and is truly free of influences originating from outside the press community. It can even be said that before the Reformation, the Indonesian Press Council had the tendency of being the government's rubber stamp authority, for in its original structure lies a governmental element with a dominant role. On the contrary, the post-Reformation Press Council have no governmental element in its structure and is actually distancing itself from them. However, there is no obligation for both of them to be taking different stances. Although the Press Council was formed with the basis of National Law Number 40, year 1999, it is still solidly autonomous and therefore could act as a self-regulatory body that possesses a dominant role in keeping the life of the national press in line without the need to dictate. This arrangement works owing the lack of a government regulation to complete the national law. Instead, the government entrusts the Press Council to devise regulations. Each of them is basically an agreement between the press community itself. In Indonesia, National Law Number 14, 1999 remains the only legal product that has no governmental regulation accompanying it, and the government has steadfastly held this commitment in this very day. The government, through the Minister of Communication and Informatics, has put their commitment in the discourse, that they had no intention whatsoever to regulate the life of the national press. They believe that the press community is able to manage itself while also being responsible for the information produced. Considering the enormity of press freedom that is afforded by the government, the Press Council, along with the national press community, feels obligated to protect and defend that freedom by creating a truly conducive environment for the national press. Considering the enormity of press freedom that is afforded by the government, the Press Council, along with the national press community, the lack of license to establish media companies had made the practice of this freedom quite difficult. Anyone and anybody can now create media institution, as well as taking up a journalist profession, whether or not they possess the necessary competence to become a proper journalist. So irresponsible persons to create media institution and to work as a journalist. That's a pity. That's very bad. This results in a wave of bogus medias and bogus journalists releasing information products that are almost indistinguishable from social media. Their works be championed by every press figure and by every press company. Therefore, we, the national press community, sense the need to administer the press industry in order to maintain the trustworthiness of it as a source of information, instead of letting the spread of misinformation and or hoaxes, which is one of the cause of worldwide anxiety. After all, the press industry has a noble goal: to educate nation. Of course, we felt that the Indonesian Press Council is still far from perfection. We still need to do a multitude of things to reach the perfection. Therefore, in this sum equation, we at the Press Council are delighted to learn and absorb excellent practices in the conduct of governing bodies that are akin to a Press Council from various countries in the world that has far more experiences. Also, we do hope that our meeting this morning could be a turning point in the making of a coordination and communication system that connects press councils globally and even promote the formation of press council-like institution in countries that currently have none. We believe and have proven that freedom and independence of the press is the ultimate prerequisites in enforcing the values of democracy. Thank you very much for attention and cooperation, and we do hope that we can resulting good things for our future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Know each other. Therefore, we must start with introduction. Everybody must introduce himself so that we can know each other. We don't know each other. So I am here for the first time, and I am altogether from a different profession, and therefore I don't know anybody. Therefore, if you permit, it would be better if all of us introduce ourselves. So that
How did you start?
I start with myself. I happen to be the chairman of the Press Council of India, and it's working.
Better use this.
And although you invited me as an expert, I must confess, I don't have any experience of media. I was a lawyer. I was a judge for 20 years. I was the judge of the highest court of the country. And after limiting my office, it is the practice in India, although the law doesn't provide, that the chairman of the press council has to be either a sitting or a retired judge of the Supreme Court, and that's how I'm here. But I had been the chairman of the press council for about 3 years. I have closely watched the functioning of the press, their problems, and therefore I will try to give my inputs whenever needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Prasad. My name is John Pender. I'm the Executive Director of the Australian Press Council, and I'm delighted to be here and looking forward to speaking with all of you today.
Kia ora everybody, I'm Mary Major, I'm from the New Zealand Press Council, and I have been there for 16 years, so I hope that I've got some information that will be of use to you today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Virgilio Guterres. I'm the chair of Timor-Leste Press Council. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Gula Shaka. I'm the campaign officer of the Southeast Asian Press Line based in Bangkok.
Morning, I'm Hugo Fernandez, a member of Timor-Leste Press Council.
Good morning, Paolo Ruju, member of Press Council Timor-Leste.
Good morning.
I'm from Indonesia, from the Press Council of Indonesia.
My name is Chavalong Liputamapani. I'm the chair of the National Press Council in Thailand.
I'm Lachon, vice chairman of the Press Council.
My name is Yin Jo, I'm member of Press Council Myanmar.
My name is Ola Sigvardsson. I'm the press ombudsman of Sweden.
Selamat pagi, good morning. I'm Elina Grunström. I'm the chair of the Press Council in Finland.
For safe, securing access to freedom of expression. So I'm here as an NGO. We train local journalists in digital security, physical security, and psychosocial health. I have 5 centers. I have 1 center in El Salvador, 1 in Kenya, 1 in MENA region working with Syria and Eurasia in Georgia, and in South Asia in Pakistan. So I'm here to listen to, I see the councils, the press councils, as sort of the next level for me to actually help the local journalists to do their work safely.
Selamat pagi, good morning. I'm Charlie Kraft. I'm from the University of Oregon in the United States, and I'm covering the event for the UNESCO Crossings Institute at the University of Oregon. Thank you.
And good morning, everyone. This is Kishore Sister from Press Council Nepal. Basically, I'm an editor of a newspaper since last 30 years.
Agenda at the concept note which was delivered to each one just now. So we'll follow the agenda of this meeting throughout the whole day. And at the beginning, we would like to invite Mr. Virgilino de Silva Guterres, the chairman of Timor-Leste Press Council, to give an introduction to begin our informal meeting today.
Thank you very much. Once again, it's an honor to be here among you. So I hope that by sharing what we have, we can get more than we give. We also adopt Portuguese language as one of our official language, so we call Conselho de Imprensa. It's a press council. As was written in the concept note paper, it was established officially last year. It was in 10 minutes. The legal framework that became the basis of this body is Article 40 and 41 of our Constitution, who guarantee the press freedom and the freedom of association for the journalists, and also there say it's no censorship. It's guaranteed in the Constitution. And also the press law, number 5, 2014, it's approved in 19 November. State describe about the existence or the establishment of the press council. And also another legal framework, decree law, who specifically talk about the establishment and the approval of the press council bylaws. So this is the member, or 5 members of the board. So it's swearing in. The swearing in took place in the plenary session. So it's a plenary, parliament plenary session. So it's part in that we are swearing in. And looking at that figure, I think you might notice that there's no woman there. And we were after the swearing in, we were hardly criticized by the parliament that there's no woman. But then we say that the parliament nominate 2. So the parliament should consider the gender balance in nominating. So, and they nominate 2 men. So this is the composition. So it's after the nomination 5, we have a first meeting. The first meeting, the main agenda is the election of the chair. So I was elected by my other 4 friends as the chair. And both of us, you see Mr. Paul Adriano, he's here as well. We were nominated by the parliament. So I was nominated as the media expert, and then Mr. Paul was nominated as legal expert. And he's a lawyer, and he's a professional lawyer. He's every day doing his job as a lawyer. Then Mr. Jose Maria Jimenez is it's a nomination from media owners. So the companies, they come together, so they decide to nominate one of their someone that can represent them in the board. And here we have 2 members, Mr. Hugo Maria Fernandez, he's here, and Mr. Francisco Bella, he is not here with us. They were nominated by the Media Association, one from Timor-Leste Press Union, Mr. Francisco, and the other from Timor-Leste Journalists Association. So this is the background of the members nominated in the board, in the council. So in the law, those are the objectives. So press freedom and freedom of expression, promote independence of the press from influence of individual, group, or political and economic power. So we try to secure the independence, the editorial independence. So no intervention, politically or economic intervention to the editorial policy. This is reinforce what the journalists have decided in 99 days after the referendum. It's a declaration called Tourism Declaration. They decide to reject all political or economic intervention to the editorial power. And also to promote and ensure the activity, journalism activity, to be developed or to be run professionally, and by respecting the standard of ethics. So those are the objectives of the Press Council, Timor-Leste Press Council. The nature of the press council. So independent administrative entity. So we are independent. So we have financial autonomy by law. We have competence. We have our own property. So this is the basis that we can use to argue to be, for independence. So the important is we perform our duty without subject to any direction or any orientation from any ministry or any political power. So it's a decision of the council for everything that we. So we are not directed or oriented by any political or economic power. So it's clearly in the article in the media law. So one of the competence it's approve and supervise the complement. So to guarantee that journalists, the media abide by the code of ethics. That's why one of the first mandates that we were mandated is to approve the code of ethics. Two competence that sometimes we feel it's too hard to implement. So we exercise disciplinary power on journalists based on rules produced by the Press Council. So if violation or infraction or disciplinary procedures, if we found that they violate the code of ethics, then we can exercise the disciplinary measures on how and it can come to the suspension of or withdrawal of the professional title or accreditation, because by law the Press Council, Timor-Leste Press Council, are the body that certified or provide accreditation for journalists. This part is passed through a very long discussion, and even some of us, we don't agree with this because we don't want to become a small court for journalists. But what we try to do is to avoid that this will not happen. When we do the first, to improve the quality of journalists, to perform or to conduct their profession with respect to the code of ethics. So other competence, we also do register all the publications or media in Timor-Leste. So the registration process is not a license. One thing is, it's obligatory, but it's not a license to official license. It's just administrative things to know that the media is there. They have an office. They have what is the main content. So that's the competence that we do. And also we have a database for journalists and media organizations. And also we do arbitration or mediation relate to public disputes when public they do complain on the media contents, then we can mediate to if our mediation can satisfy them, then they can. If not, then one party can go to the legal process. So that's one of the competence we have. We also, by law, we say that we can provide our opinion to the court when the court feels necessary, consider necessary, especially related to find solution or for litigation related to journalist activity. Now, myself and Mr. Ugu, we have been notified by the court to become testimony in one case that involved our Prime Minister and of Delhi, and a journalist. So we have been here twice, but the court postponed the hearings. So it will be next 15th of May that we will be here. The court wants to find out our opinion about this, the proceedings. Our main programs this year, it's in three parts. So good governance. So we, after we were, we take oath. Then the council elect a chair, and then together we try to nominate or to select our executive director. So we have our competence as well to nominate or to recruit some person to become our executive director. And then we start to elaborate what the legal framework to become our basis of our day-to-day work. That's why after the swearing in, the ministry that is responsible on the establishment of the press council, the Secretary of State of Social Communications, they already decide some activities that we need to do. So we visit the comparative visit to Indonesia and to Portugal and also to Australia Press Council. So based on this visit, wanting to seek the possibility for partnership for the future, and also to explore their experience, and also to find out what kind of legal framework that the Press Council needs to function. So our second component is how to prepare the legal frameworks, for example, the complaint mechanism, the regulation on how to register, regulation how to handle the violence against journalists. Now, in process of consultation, the regulation of cyber media. So, in our first visit to Indonesia, we immediately entered to cooperation, signing the memorandum of understanding. Then our friend from Indonesian Press Council, they provide some technical experts to help us in 1 or 2 weeks in November and December. So finally, at the end of the year, we can produce more than 10 drafts. So by now, we already approved 7 of them, if I'm not mistaken. 7 of them we already approved. It's already published in the National Gazette. And the components monitoring and media analysis. After we recruit all the personnels, now we have around 33 people in the executive. We have a department, we call it development and media analysis. So we follow this department. We follow the media to provide analysis on the contents. If the media they have followed the code of ethics. So that's one thing that we are doing now. So this is you can see the signing of cooperation between the Indonesian Press Council. Picture. So back to we have now we have fully funded by the state. So by law, the state is government. Any government that they took place, they have the obligation to manage the funding, the budget for the Press Council. And also we have competence to develop bilateral cooperation with international agencies. We can we have our competence to do cooperation, bilateral cooperation with others. That's one thing that we can develop to at least to balance our our position in the decision making, so to guarantee our independence, because no one guarantee that this government will be the same as the next 2 or 3 years government. So no one will guarantee with that. So that's we keep that in mind. Now it's good because the Prime Minister is people that we know, we are friend, and some people here in the Secretary of State of Communication is a friend of ours. He was a journalist in the past, so we can communicate easily by Facebook or by email or by communicate. So we can, but no one guarantee next 5, 10. So that's why we need to prepare ourselves in having independent fundings, so the council can continue to maintain its independence, to sustain its independence. So I think we also do some cooperation with media association. For example, the Indonesian Independent Journalists Association. I think before this event, the Association for Timor-Leste Journalists Association, they came here, they have organized some activities with ASI, Indonesia, before this event. So we want to encourage the association to also to take part in increasing the standards, the quality standard of their members. So once they become, they were recruited, then they can have responsibility to produce a qualified things. So we also, because our competence took place in 3 main areas. That's why printing, electronic, and online. That's why in our visit to Indonesia, we also visit Kominfo. And so we met the Secretary Minister of Indonesia. We also visit the Broadcasting Commission. So we want to find out how the Broadcasting Commission monitor the channels 24/7 here. So this is the structure that we have. So I think the plenary and then the president, we have an executive director, and then we have I don't know how to call it in English. We have one person that look after how we manage the money. And this person is independent, it's like auditor, from outside auditor. It's co-determined by Minister of Finance and it's internal from Minister of Finance and Secretary of State of Communication. They are the one who determine this person to do internal audit to find out are we using wisely the money. So we have the 5 departments. So so DAFAL, it's Department of Administration, Finance, and then we have Department of DLH, it's Human Resources. So the Duajeli, it's the Department of Legal Assistance. So so it's the deal with legal complaints. and also legal assistance to the journalists, so that's the department. And we have DDAM, it's the media development and media analysis. And we have the other department is the institutional cooperation. We can say it's international relations, so it's responsible in seeking the possibility of cooperation between other. So I think that's all what we can share with you from our side, from Timor-Leste. Waiting for comments and answer. Thank you very much.
Actually, I was wondering, how many staff do you have and how many complaints have you dealt with so far?
We have now, including our director, executive director, we have 34 staffs for those departments altogether. And so far we still not have any legal complaint, but some reports we do. For example, before I left, we have some journalists from 1 or 2 days. They came to report that they were suspended by their chief editor because they apply for they apply for other media, so the chief editor suspended, and so this is the one of the newest report from the journalist. We also have one case that involving 2 online media. It's about it's on plagiarism. So one that is accusing that the other one is taking his product and publishing it in website. So we mediate and we solve the case without any sanction to the side that to the guilty one. We don't, but we succeed in bringing a mutual understanding between them, saying that to avoid to do the same thing in the future. Since the beginning, we do have complaints from our parliament. Some member of parliament, they raise some questions in the parliament about the title of some news that, according to them, is disrespecting some of our leaders. But then, because it's only the general thing, they only mention that, but without citing that which newspaper was published in that what date and what was exactly the phrase. So we just write a reply to the parliament saying that we could not proceed with this because the complaint did not identify what the name of the newspaper, what's the name of the title of the news, and what's the content, real content. So we do have these complaints. Even though we don't have yet, the high number of the complaints, but the public expectation that we see, it's very high. And even the expectation is sometimes it's more than our competence, that we need to, even the content of the Facebook, they say that press councils should monitor the content of the Facebook, the social media, and then how we have to, it's beyond our competence. And we say that it should be another institution who do this. So that's I hope I can answer.
Thank you.
Sorry, considering the time.
And to the organizer of this forum for giving us a chance to learn from the experience of our senior, because we are the second youngest press council in the region. Is it okay that go on? Yeah. While we are preparing, let me start with the background of our political background of our country. As you all know, our country was ruled by the military for about 50 years, from 1962. And the first general election was held in 2010. The first general election was held in 2010 November. And a quasi-military government came to power in April 2011. The president was former prime minister and retired general, but he was elected in the election. And that semi-military government, they carried out democratic reforms gradually. And media reforms were part of the democratic reforms. And they started relaxation of media. And a milestone was they dissolved the very infamous, very notorious press scrutiny board that was introduced around 1962. The press scrutiny board was dissolved in August 2012. And interim press council was organized. There were, if I remember exactly, there were 30 members in the interim press council. Interim press council. 28 members in September, 30 members, and one passed away and one resigned in 2012. Three major tasks of the interim press council were drafting news media law, handling complaints, and promoting mechanism of self-regulation. Both of us, myself, I'm Vice President 1 of the Press Council now, and Ubinjo, we belong to the Interim Press Council. And the Interim Press Council had very limited resources and funds. Actually, present Press Council is also very poor. We still haven't got a property of our own, unlike our friend. But we are very independent, very, very independent. Interim Press Council handled about 200 complaints, and a major achievement was it was able to draw up the news media law. But we don't think it is perfect. This law has been in place only for about two years, but we are not satisfied with it. We are now trying to review it for amendment. And news media regulations were also adopted by the Interim Press Council. News media law enacted in May 2014, and news media regulations adopted in June 2015. And under the new news media law, the independent Myanmar Press Council was formed in October 2015. Under the law, the MPC can, when it was first founded, it was called Myanmar News Media Council. But later we changed our name to be in line with the terms used in our country. We are now called Myanmar Press Council. We can have councillors from 15 to 30 councillors under the law from various categories, comprising one representative proposed by the president and two proposed by two parliamentary speakers and representatives of news media associations There are MJA, Myanmar Journalists Association, Myanmar Journalists Network, and Myanmar Journalists Union, and news agencies, and printers and publishers, and writers, poets, cartoonists, academics from the fields of social, economics, literature, legal, science, and technology. At present, Myanmar Press Council has 24 councillors from various categories. But they all have some experience in media, especially in journalism. Yeah. Functions of Myanmar Press Council. Can I make it a bit larger? Yes, thank you. Promoting capacity of the news media industry. Negotiating with government bodies in assisting news media industry. Holding workshops, seminars on news media related subjects in order to promote the capacity of the media workers. And granting awards to outstanding media workers in cooperation with the media organizations. And planning news media development projects and coordinating with government departments for improving public rights to information. The MPC runs by forming a management committee, the chairman and 2 vice chairmen, secretary, 2 joint secretaries, and auditor. Chairman is a veteran journalist, but he has been laid up. He has been in bed. He is over, I think, 85 years old. So I'm taking charge of the press council. And former Vice Chairman Dr. Phednyi was appointed as the Union Minister of Information by the present government in April 2016. And ages of our councillors range 35 to 90 years old. The oldest is 90, and the youngest is 35. And the later chairman is 85. But they are still working journalists. All councillors belong to a complaint committee that meets at least every 2 weeks.
There is no age of retirement of the journalist.
And yes, source of funding. Under Article 19 of the News Media Law, MPC has to raise the fund from 4 sources. Grants from the union government, but we are very independent. We are very, very independent. Donation by well-wishers from home and abroad, very few, and assistance from the international and non-governmental organizations. At present, I'm as an DW academic from Germany providing program-based assistance. And contributions from news media businesses. This is also very few. Current challenges. Number 1 is limited resources. And complaints, handling complaints. We have already handled nearly 300 complaints. So we were successful in some cases, but there are some certain cases we couldn't do anything. For example, very recently, a leading popular private media, the CEO of a popular private media, he criticized the Chief Minister of Yangon region government. But he said that the Yangon region government received a gift of a Patek Philippe watch from a crony, from a close business associate. In fact, it is not true. Then the Yangon chief minister, he went mad, and he also filed a complaint to us. At the same time, he filed a complaint at the police station. Then police picked him up. So there was a heated argument between the Yangon region government and Myanmar Press Council. But unfortunately, we lost. We lost. But we insisted, and we criticized them. That a few months later, the CEO was sent back home, but he still faced the trial, but not in custody from his home. And promoting professional skills and awareness on ethical responsibility among journalists. We often conduct workshops and trainings, but we have limited resources. And lack of access to information from the government departments. This is also a major challenge for us. Because due to lack of transparency and access to information, the journalists, media workers tend to make more mistakes. This is I simply understand. And we are also working with the government departments to improve the transparency and improve the access to information, because they didn't have any public relation officers in the government department for about 50 years. So they also asked for assistance and training from us. So we are working with them. We have been training the information officers at the government department. And the major challenge is the existence of and misuse of some harsh laws and provisions. Some were enacted by the colonial government, like the Official Secret Act that was enacted about 100 years ago, but it is still in place. I think India also has the Official Secret Act. Nepal may also have it.
We have the Official Secrets Act, and at the same time we have the Right to Information Act. Every citizen has the right, accepting those informations which concerns the security of the nation or foreign affairs. All others are under the Right to Information Act. You can have any information in India.
Thank you, sir. We are still trying to draw a Right to Information Act. We are holding workshops and forums. And another one is Illegal Association Act. This one also gives a lot of trouble to reporters. And some provisions in penal code, defamation, etc. And the most notorious these days is the section 66D of the telecommunication law that was enacted in 2013. Actually, the purpose of this law, that provision, is to protect the internet service provider and service user. But let me elaborate on the section 66D of the telecommunication law. The provision, the controversial provision, is anyone who commits exhorting, coercing, restraining, wrongfully, defaming, disturbing, causing undue influence or threatening to any person by using any telecommunications network shall be liable to imprisonment to 3 years or to a fine or to both. The original purpose was, as I said earlier, to protect the service providers and users. But the problem is, some complainants, especially the government departments, they tend to abuse, to misuse this provision in taking action against the reporters. Over 60 people, including about 20 journalists, have been charged under this section. And let's have a quick look at the present media landscape. Print media, over 250 weekly journals, nearly 210 magazines, nearly 10 private newspapers, till 2010, there were only 5 papers run by the state, and 1 English paper, or 2 English dailies, and 3 in Myanmar language. That is before 2010. But the content almost the same. That is from 1962 to 2010. Before 1962, before the military government came to power, seized the state power, there were about 70 private dailies in our country. Before the 1964 sweeping nationalization. There are many in English, many in Myanmar language, and a few in some Indian language, Hindi, Tamil, and Chinese also. But in 1964, they all were nationalized and dissolved. Now we have 10 private newspapers. In fact, the government has issued license to 30 private dailies, but about 20 have 10. I think 10 haven't started publishing, but another 10 die out. They stop after 1 year operation. The problem is the commercial viability is the major threat for the survival of the private dailies. Because most of the commercial market is dominated by the state-owned papers. They are still running. There are 3 state-owned papers. They are well established, and in terms of logistics, they are far better than the private dailies. So most of about 90% of the commercials go to the state-owned papers. And there are 2 military-owned dailies, and 2 municipal authority-owned dailies. One in Manly, second capital Manly, and another one in Yangon. And when it comes to TV and radio, state-owned TV and radio, military-owned TV and radio, and 2 joint venture TV stations, and 6 regional FM radios. And the last was the 5 online web TV. They were granted license very recently. We have never conducted any census to count the number of the media workers, but we estimate there are nearly 4,000 reporters and editors in the private sector, while 6,000 staff in the Ministry of Information. But we honestly feel that the media situation and the freedom of press in our country is improving. We do agree with the RSF ranking because we can feel it. Of course, there are a lot of challenges that still remain to handle. Before 2009, before the general election, before the emergence of the Interim Press Council, Myanmar, formerly known as the Burma, ranked 171st out of 175. And became 131st out of 180 this year. Thank you. Thank you for the
Gentlemen, actually, technically speaking, there is a coffee break after this introduction, but things were a little bit delayed, so would you mind taking a coffee inside and the food inside and we'll continue our presentation?
Years of experience as a journalist, including several editorial positions. I also might mention that I've also written some non-fiction books, and one of them is about Indonesia, orchids and climate change, and it's called Black Orchid, Anggrek Hitam. but unfortunately it's only in Finnish. But then, about, this is not the beginning.
Hello.
Excuse me? Can you roll up to the beginning of it? Yes. Previously, I used to start my presentations by asking why has Finland the largest freedom of the press in the world? I can't do that anymore. Finland used to top the press freedom index for 7 years in a row. So it was the #1 in the Reporters Without Borders Press Freedom Index, but lost the top position in the latest listing, which was published last week. So, can you please next? Oh, sorry, it's here.
I think that's.
Yeah. So we used to be on top of the listing for 7 years. We are now. Why is we are not anymore? So why is that? The Reporters Without Borders gave only one reason for that. It's in the fact sheet of the organization where they refer to a particular case which they called Sipilä Gate. And Juha Sipilä is the Prime Minister of Finland. The case of €500,000 order from Terrafame. Terrafame is a mining company heavily subsidized by the Finnish government. This was a very high-profile case involving the Prime Minister. It started from an article published by the Finnish Broadcasting Corporation, which was about a possible conflict of interest involving the Prime Minister. He got angry and sent a lot of angry SMS and email messages to the editor-in-chief and the journalist. And after that, the editor-in-chief decided to make plenty of changes to the story without journalistic grounds in order to please the Prime Minister. In Finland and also abroad, this was a huge public debate. Some reporters resigned from the Finnish Broadcasting Corporation, and Prime Minister Sipilä had to explain it in very many places. This was taken to the Press Council, and in last month, in March, we made a decision where the Finnish Broadcasting Corporation was reprimanded about this reporting. So how did we handle the case? We got altogether 15 complaints about it. They were about different details, and we made several decisions, including decisions about simultaneous hearing and correcting the mistakes. But our main decision, I should say, was reprimanding the Broadcasting Corporation. We decided that it had broken the guidelines for journalists. Why? It had surrendered the power to make journalistic decisions to the Prime Minister because the story was altered without journalistic grounds after his angry feedback. Then we made another important decision. It was not about the journalistic guidelines. It was a so-called statement about freedom of the speech. We also have power to do this. These are directed not to the media, but other persons, other parts. And this statement stated that the actions of the Prime Minister were ill-advised and could limit freedom of the speech, even though it is not possible to say if he really intended to do so. And I think that it was a sort of a happy ending because the Prime Minister himself responded by admitting that his feedback was actually ill-advised. For the Finns, the case was both a major failure. It was a major failure for a country which was proud of her freedom of speech, but I think that it was also a success story how a well-functioning independent media council can work. The council was asked and it was trusted to solve a major dispute with very high national interest. No aspects of the case were ever taken to court. We were able to return the credibility of journalism, and hopefully we were also able to clarify what is acceptable in the relations between journalists and politicians. And I think that eventually in the end, this is a sign of a very healthy democracy. Now when I can't, sorry for this, now when I can't ask why has Finland the largest freedom of the press in the world anymore, I have to refer to all the countries in the top of the listing. Why are Nordic countries, the Netherlands and Switzerland, on the top of the press freedom index? The answer is that they all have similar type of media self-regulation system. They have considerable differences in details of the system, but the basic idea is the same. If the media regulates itself, the government has no need to regulate it. And I want to emphasize that the regulation is effective only when the system is controlled by the media. The guidelines must be accepted and internalized by the journalist. They really have to come from the inside of the journalist and be part of the everyday work. Self-regulation is not about the rare cases that go up to the media council. It's about the everyday decisions about the journalists. When self-regulation works like it does in Finland, the government has no need to control the media. This results to liberal press laws. Like in Finland, we have extremely liberal press laws. And the other part that people seldom think about is that it also keeps journalists out of court. When the public decides to complain to the media council, they don't take the journalists to court. In Finland, during these 7 years when we have been in the top of the listing, we have had practically no high-profile case of any media, any journalist taken to court. It can be as big a problem as, it's also a problem. It's not only the official censorship, the self-censorship can also be a problem. The Council for Mass Media in Finland is almost 50 years. It was established in 1969 by publisher companies together with the Journalists' Union. So from the beginning it's been fully independent. There's no mention about in the law, and the administration was never part in starting it. It's managed by the media organization. The main payers, the main donors, I would say, are the Finnish Newspapers Association, the Union of Journalists in Finland, and the Finnish Broadcasting Company. But I want to put, and then we have several smaller organizations who are members and who are also paying. And all the medias which are part of these organizations have to follow our regulations, and if they don't, their actions can be taken to the council. And the media, the organization, they also save a huge sum of money because the cases don't go to court. Litigation would be far more expensive for them. In Finland, the Council for Mass Media has only 2 tasks. The first one is to interpret the good professional practice, the guidelines of the journalist, which you can find in translating to English from this leaflet if you are interested. The guidelines are more demanding than the press law in many respects, but the only sanction for breaking our code is the obligation to publish the verdict. And the other task is to defend the freedom of the speech and publication. We do this usually giving public statements statements like the one we made about the actions of the Prime Minister. As I said, we have no connection in the law. There is no mention about the press council in any legislation in Finland. The journalists have voluntarily committed themselves to the guidelines for journalists. We don't interpret the law to the point where I very much avoid even mentioning laws and legislation so that the difference is clear in public. And the courts, we also ask the courts not to use our decision as the basis of any court verdicts, and whoever complains has to like sign a statement that they don't look for our decision to be part of the to be taken to court. The composition, we cover practically all media, newspapers, but also all sorts of entertainment medias in Finland, women's magazines. We have all the political parties' papers as members of us, well, excluding the Troopings. But together it comes to over 2,300 media outlets. So it's very wide coverage. It's very difficult to find a paper which is not a member, but there are some, but they are very few. The budget is roughly 400,000 euros per year. 80% of it comes from the media organizations I mentioned. We get some 20% as an assistance from the Ministry for Justice, but they have no influence on our governing bodies. We have no fees connected to complaints or decisions. Everything is free for the members of public. Our main expense is the salaries for the staff of 4, rents, etc. But the council members are practically volunteers. They get a very small fee and the travel expenses for the meeting. But I have to say that as we are for the vast country, we have people flying from Lapland to our meetings, so this also adds up to the budget. So how does it work in practice? The council has 14 members. 8 of them are journalists, who are chosen by the member organizations. Then we have 5 members of publics. Those are chosen, anyone can apply, but the council itself chooses them. And then there is the chair, which is me. And the members, for the members there's a rotation of 3 years each. The number of anyone can complain. Any person who considers there's been a violation of guidelines can complain to us. This is different from some other countries where you have to be personally involved. In Finland, anyone can complain about anything. It keeps the media vigilant in correcting mistakes and avoiding hidden advertisement, for instance. I think we have a very good culture of correcting the mistakes, but it tends to cause overload to us. And the chair, that is me, decides which cases are brought to the council. So, as I said, anyone complain about anything, and nowadays I have a feeling that the people do. The number of the complaints is growing year by year. Last year it was 468. The main issues mentioned in the complaints is that the mistake was not corrected. You have to ask the media to make a correction first. Only after that, if they don't, then you can complain. Then there's suspicions of hidden advertisement. Right of reply was not granted. Right to privacy was violated. This has been in the list for tens of years. And then there is one ruling, like part is about human dignity. Like we have complaints about, for instance, ethnic origin or religion was presented in an inappropriate manner. It's easy to complain to us. We have a web form that people can complain to us straight through internet. Then the complaint comes to the office. They are all recorded and numbered. We do a double recording, one by hand and then another by computer. all the cases are printed and they are put to plastic files. And then one secretary prepares successions about which cases are taken to the council and which are not. And I'm the one to do the decisions. Detailed minutes are kept about the decisions, and all complainants get an answer. I think that we get something like roughly 40 complaints per month, and we take roughly 10 of them to the council. And I have the feeling that we are able to take all the important complaints to the council. Then, after this decision, another secretary prepares the cases for the council. She makes a succession about the decision which I sign, and then we take it all to the councils. We have council meetings are once in a month. We have 11 meetings per year. Each meeting lasts 5 to 6 hours, except the ones about the Sipilä case, the Prime Minister case, those took something like 7 hours, even more. We provide a detailed memo about every case for the council members beforehand, and all the materials are sent then before the meetings through extranet, so they spend 1 weekend a month studying all the materials. Our target is to make 10 decisions by meeting. We don't always make it because we have such intense discussions, debates. They are long and intensive. Common themes in the discussions are good conduct, good journalistic practices against the freedom of the press. Very often we must accept bad journalism for the sake of the freedom of the press. And then very often there are like moral and formal viewpoints. Sometimes if you think something strictly from the ethical point of view, it looks different if you look at the journalist guideline and think of what this be if you go by the book. These can be intense discussions. The figures from last year, we received these 468 complaints. We made 103 decisions, and we, about this 137% were reprimanded. The main challenge you can see here is the growing number of the complaints. The blue bars are complaints, the red ones are the decisions. So this is the trend. Why is the number of the complaints growing? I think it's mostly, it's mostly what we call protest complaining, where an opinion or an angle of a story is claimed to be a factual mistake. I'm not very worried about this because these are also easy to dismiss and fast to deal with. But the possible reason for this is, one is the rising profile of the council. Whenever there's big news about our decisions, immediately after this Prime Minister case, we got plenty of complaints. It sort of reminds people of our existence. And then there is some kind of cultural changes taking place where opinions are sharply divided and opinions are confused with facts. I think this is a worldwide phenomena. Why the Finnish model is effective? It has wide coverage, same rules apply to all media. It's fast, it's free of cost to public, credible among the media, it's transparent, and I think it's very important that it's trusted and known by the public. And that the public prefers complaining to us over going to court. And I have to emphasize this wide coverage because we also have all this so-called entertainment news or yellow press as part of our systems, because it's not usually the serious media who spread false news, for instance. It's important to have the entertainment news, the evening press as part of the system, because in that way you avoid spreading the false news, the fake news throughout the society. But I think the main reasons for the strength of the Finnish or the Nordic system is that the journalists are committed to it. This is a comparative study of 13 countries, and it was interviews made for 100 journalists from each country. And from here you can see that the Finnish journalists perceive the impact of the professional codes of ethic in journalism as the highest. So they really rely on the code. So it's not the media council. It's the fact that the journalists themselves know their own code and they want to follow it. So what I want to emphasize two things. The subject of the self-regulation is not the press council. It is the journalist in his or her daily work and decision. Therefore, the system must be independent. It must be governed and fully accepted by the journalist. It has to come inside the journalist, not outside from some higher organization. And the second is it must be known by the public. Educating the public about the system is vital. It helps if you have high-profile cases like the one we had about Prime Minister, but in addition to that, next year when we will be 50 years, we will have a very extensive media education in the schools in Finland and also for the wider public. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the detailed presentation of Ms. Elena. So now let's welcome our last presentation for this morning session from Mr. Oliver.
As I told you before, my name is Ola Sigvardsson and I am the press ombudsman of Sweden. I have been press ombudsman for 6 years now. Before that I worked as a journalist for 35 years, so journalism is my background. You will soon find out that there are many similarities between the system in Finland, as Lina explained to you right now, and the system in Sweden. And I don't think that's strange. I mean, we are neighboring countries. But there are also some things that are different, of course. I would like to start with the law. Like Finland, the Swedish Freedom of the Press Act is very permissive. You can actually say that you can print almost anything. Almost anything. Of course, there are boundaries that you may not cross. The law states that you cannot defame individuals. You cannot commit hate crimes against minorities. And you may not stir up, try to get your audience to commit crimes. But everything else is okay. And it's also very hard to break the standards of, for example, defamation. You can write very bad things about people, and that's still okay according to our law. So you can take a newspaper to court in Sweden. That is possible. Some people do. But you will most likely lose. And why will you lose? Because practically everything is allowed to print. That's why you will lose when you take a newspaper to court in Sweden. And this brings us to the core of self-regulation. I would say that the theory that we have is that by offering private citizens an opportunity to get their reputation re-established when badly treated by a newspaper, then the political need for restricting the media is reduced. In other words, by handling the freedom of the press in a responsible way, we hope to keep it. So, You might say that freedom and responsibility in our minds are a perfect match. They must go hand in hand. This is the ideological base for self-regulation. I mean, why we have it. And now I would like to present how our system in Sweden is constructed. It is based on 4 pillars. The first pillar of our press ethical system is the National Press Club. It was founded already in 1874, and the idea was to promote good journalism. Today this club is still very active and is an important public arena for discussing journalism in Sweden. Actually, every month this National Press Club holds open meetings, public meetings, where anyone can come, and they discuss what was good and what was bad in Swedish journalism the past month. It's a very important arena for good journalism. The second pillar is our Press Council. Our Press Council was the first one in the world, the oldest one. It was founded in 1916, and it was founded as a court of honor where a person, a private citizen, who were badly treated by a newspaper could get the reputation re-established by decisions who were public. Still the same idea today, of course. The third pillar of our press ethical system is the Code of Ethics. The Code of Ethics was first formulated, written down in 1923, so it's also a long time ago, by our National Press Club. It has been changed many times over the years, of course, but the basic idea remains the same. The Code of Ethics is not detailed. It does not tell the journalist, this you can do and this is forbidden. You could say the Code of Ethics is more like good advice, things you must think of when you are writing a story. And this way of handling it was confirmed when we made our last big change of the Code of Ethics roughly 10 years ago, when we got a leading paragraph that is formulated like this. Responsible attitude towards the publicity task. Once more, responsibility. That's the story of our press ethical system. The last and fourth pillar of our system is the press ombudsman, the job that I uphold. And the idea with the press ombudsman, which was initiated in 1969, is that I investigate all complaints that we get from the public. I prepare the decisions by the Press Council, and I am the public face of the press ethical system. So whenever someone is needed in a television show or radio program or whatever, I jump in. That's part of my job. So these are the 4 pillars: the National Press Club, the Press Council, the Code of Ethics, and the Press Ombudsman. But how is the system run? Who has responsibility? First of all, as everyone has said here today, a press council should be independent. And we consider our press council independent. We have no connections whatsoever with the government or the state or any authority whatsoever. We never talk to them. We have no contact. We have no support by law for what we are doing. And we have no money from society whatsoever. We are an independent system, like the Finnish. This system, how independent it is, it must, of course, have a structure. And this structure is provided by a network called the Committee for Media Cooperation. And this is a network that consists of the 4 major organizations on the media field in Sweden: the Newspaper Publishers Association, the Magazine Publishers Association, the Journalist Union, and Well, live and kicking since 1874, the National Press Club. They together is my board, the board of the press ethical system, if you want to put it like that. And what do? First of all, they set the rules. They own the code of ethics. Whenever it is supposed to be changed, they decide about the changes. And I also give the instructions to me and to the press council what I can do and what I am forbidden to do. I mean, the rules of the press ombudsman and the press council are set by the Committee for Media Cooperation. And, very important, they also pay the bills. It is these 4 organizations that makes all funding to our work in the press council. Most of the money comes from the Newspaper Publishers Association, and the cost of us, our turnover, is roughly $600,000 a year. And for those $600,000, you get me, a fat salary, and you get my office, which consists of 4 persons, 2 investigators and 2 administrators, and you get the cost of the press council. So, in short, this is an independent system run by a network that sets the rules and pays the bills. That's the basic explanation of how we work. But I would also like to show you how we handle the case from the start. I mean, my job always starts with somebody being very angry. So this is a very angry man or woman who has read about himself or herself in the newspaper, and it's all lies. I didn't say that to the reporter. He has twisted it all. So it's angled in a very, very bad way. So what will Mommy say? And my colleagues, and my friends, when I read this crap in the newspaper. If you are ever, as a Swedish citizen, in that situation, you can file a complaint by my office. In the same way as you can do in Finland. Mostly people do it by electronically on our webpage. So I get the complaint. So this is me, the press ombudsman. When I get a complaint like that, I consider it at first. Is there any basis for going further with the complaint? If I find so, I send the complaint over to the editor-in-chief. This is the editor-in-chief. When an editor-in-chief gets a letter like that from me, they always answer. If they refuse to answer, it is the same as they will be criticized publicly for breaking the code of ethics. So everyone answers. So after a while, I get an answer from the editor, I read it, and I give it to the complainant. And the complainant might then say, okay, I've calmed down a bit. I've told Mommy, and she understands, so I don't want any publicity around this anymore. If so, I dismiss the case. But that's very rare. It's very rare. Most of the time, the wrath still bubbles within the complainant. And they say, oh no, you lying bastard. And I write a new letter to the editor, to me. And like this, we can exchange letters for a long time. As you have 2 weeks to answer each letter, you can see this will take perhaps several months if they want to write many letters. In the meantime, I can do research on my own. Pretend I'm still a journalist. For example, I look at official papers. And sentences from courts, or I even phone the people involved in this conflict. And when all this is over, I make a decision. The decision is either, could go 2 ways. I'd like to say no, there's no ground for criticizing the newspaper, and I dismiss the case. If I find there is a base for criticizing the newspaper, I send it on to the Press Council with a recommendation to criticize the newspaper. In the Press Council, we have representatives of the media, and we also have representatives of the public. And the work is led by 4 judges from the Supreme Court of Sweden. They don't do it as part of their jobs as judges. They do it free willingly, at their spare time, because they find it important to do so. The Press Council can go 2 ways. They can say, Ola, no, you're wrong. And they throw it in the dustbin. They dismiss it. Or they can decide that I am right and the newspaper should be criticized. And they decide that, and the decision must be fully published by the newspaper. And everyone does. I mean, for the last 3 years, every newspaper magazine were criticized and published the decision. And it is this decision that is that restores the reputation for this person. This is something you can show not only to your mother, but perhaps to an employer who in 10 years' time is about to employ you and on Google finds this horrible article from the newspaper. Then you can always show them it was the newspaper who did you wrong. I get 500 to 600 complaints a year. I dismiss most of them, roughly 500. Most on formalities. I don't try articles that are older than 3 months, and you must be personally involved. You cannot file a complaint on someone else's behalf. Roughly, I take 50 cases to the Press Council. Those I've dismissed. Of those, roughly 50 appeal. You can appeal when I dismiss a case to the Press Council. So the Council handles 100 cases a year. Of those 100 cases, roughly 50 are upheld, and the newspaper is criticized like this. And luckily for me, in my capacity as a press ombudsman, these 50 are almost the same as the 50 I take. So this is how it works. And I have just a few minutes left, but I would like to show you a few interesting cases. I was asked to do that beforehand. To show the complexity of press ethics. Net hate speech on the internet. And the question is it okay to reveal the name, the identity of a person who writes hate speech on the net if they don't want it? And this is the story. The newspaper Expressen, they found a way a few years ago, to find out the names of those who had written anonymously hate speeches on the internet. They found a way to reveal their identity. And they published the names of many people, politically active people, but also private people. And the most interesting person on this map was this man called Jim Olsen. He was a private citizen, he is a private citizen, a retired professor in chemistry from a university in Gothenburg. He wrote roughly 5,000 messages of hate speech on the net anonymously. And Expressen exposed him and said, this is a real bad guy. Here you can see the reporter going home to him before this publication. And what he has written in hate speech, it was hate speech against migrants and Muslims, very much so. As you can see, the word Muslim here from a quote of him said we didn't ask them to come, we don't need them, we can't handle them. That's what this paragraph says. This professor, he was very, very upset by being exposed like this. He said, I'm a private citizen. I can write whatever I want, anonymously on the net. You have violated my integrity. Do any of you have any suggestion? Do you agree with the professor? Well,
I do not.
You do not. No. After a long consideration, I decided that anyone who goes up on a public arena, as the internet is, with controversial ideas on social, on topics that are important for society, like migration, like religion, so on and so forth, must accept to be exposed. That's part of being in a political discussion in public. So I freed the newspaper, and he was very angry, and he appealed to the press council, and the press council also decided to free the newspaper, even though he was a private citizen. But the last example I have is about a celebrity taking drugs. And here, once more, the newspaper Expressen. This is a very, very famous person in Sweden, an actor called Mikael Persbrandt. He's made hundreds of acting on the theater, and I think 50 or even more films and so on. And he was so famous that he actually made a monster in one of the Hobbit films. That's how famous he is. And this is a film taken when this man was very, very drunk on a nightclub, taken aside in a room aside in this nightclub. And they took out cocaine, and he snorted lots of cocaine. And what he didn't know was that he was in the room with criminals, a criminal gang called the Black Cobra. They exist in Sweden. And the Black Cobra not only gave him the cocaine, they also photographed everything without him seeing it. And it went up in the newspaper. And Mikael Persbrandt, he said, "This is an invasion of my personal integrity." And the newspaper said, "No, you are a public figure. You are a celebrity. And you're doing something as illegal as using illegal drugs. You must accept the exposure." What would you have done? Freed the newspaper or upheld the complaint?
The photograph was from the room of the hotel.
Okay, I won't keep you in suspense, and you want to eat lunch, all of you. So
I would have answered it. If it's the public place, the newspaper will have the right, because it's a public figure, to print and publish it. But it's in the private domain, in the room in the hotel, that's a private place, whereas the newspaper has no right to intrude in the bedroom of the person itself.
Thank you very much. The newspaper, they said, he must accept it because he's a public figure. And as a public figure, you must accept scrutiny by the media. And I gave the newspaper right, partly, if you are a public figure, you must accept to be scrutinized very hard and close to your personal sphere. But there are different kinds of public figures. First of all, we have politicians, civil servants, judges, high-ranking military, company leaders, I mean people that are carriers of society. 1 minute, okay. Carriers of society. And they must accept this very, very close scrutiny. But there are another kind of public figures, those who act on a public arena, like actors, artists, like TV celebrities, like football stars, so on and so forth. We know them. They are public figures, but they are not carriers of society. They entertain us. And as entertainers, we cannot have the same scrutiny of them as we have of those who carry society. So I decided to recommend the Press Council to criticize the newspaper, hold the complaint of this very famous celebrity in Sweden. And the Press Council did. So the interesting thing is that from these two examples, a private citizen could be okay to expose him under certain circumstances. For example, a political debate. But on the other hand, it could be not okay to expose the biggest celebrity we have in Sweden when he's doing something as illegal as snorting cocaine. And I think that shows the complexity of media ethics. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the last session for the morning session, and now is the lunch break, and the lunch area is upstairs. Okay. And we would like to invite you to attend the opening ceremony for the Antara photo exposition upstairs at 1 o'clock. So after lunch, you are welcome to join the opening ceremony. And after the afternoon session will begin at 1:40. Thank you.
Well, I was going to mention some of the results. Wonderful opportunity to be able to talk to people who are also involved in the work that we do in isolation down there at the bottom of the South Pacific. It's just so nice to have the chance to have an exchange of views. Thank you. And I'm really, really grateful to UNESCO and to the Indonesian Press Council for putting this on for us all. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the New Zealand Press Council. I'd like you to understand for the new press councils is that you have joined a regime, a protocol, a model that has its variances, but that has enormous consistencies all around the world as well. In 2007, which is quite a long time ago now, Press Council had a review, and the review undertook some research and looked at how many press councils were in existence at the time, and there were 87. This is in 2007, so that's at least 89 now with the two of you joining. And they looked at the principles that they operate under, and this is what they found, that the percentage that operate under a code or principles is 90%. The percentage under self-regulation is 86%. The percentage that are non-government funded at this time was 80%. The percentage with print and broadcast media under their jurisdiction is 63. Now, at that time, that didn't include the New Zealand Press Council. We were strictly print and online media then. I'll talk more about that later. The percentage that were also charged with enhancing the free press is 77%. So a huge proportion of us also have the role of aiding press freedom and speaking for press freedom and freedom of expression for the public as well. The percentage that have a penalty of published decision only, which is really interesting because that's 86%, and yet one of the most common criticisms that we get is, oh, if your sanction is only that you have to publish an upheld decision, that's nothing. I mean, we get told that old slap over the wrist with a wet bus ticket or whatever they say. The number of times I've heard that expression is amazing. But it's, we all know how it hurts editors to actually have to publish the decision, don't we? It is a strong deterrent to them. The percentage that can take initiatives with respect to potential violations, 70%, well, that's not us. We don't take any initiative in terms of, if we see something in a publication and we think, oh, that doesn't look too healthy, kosher, we still can't initiate proceedings. Only the complainant can initiate proceedings. The percentage that have a mediation process where you can work with the complainant, with the editor to try to come to an informal resolution, which we do occasionally, is 63%. And here's an interesting one, the percentage that have a waiver. Now, a lot of press councils, most press councils make their determinations on ethical grounds. They don't get into legal grounds for determining a complaint. But some don't go as far as demanding, requesting from a complainant a waiver. New Zealand Press Council does. We've come in for criticism for it. Some really respected jurists in the country have said if it went to court, it wouldn't stack up. If it has never gone to court, it's something that we're prepared to face if and when it happens. Meantime, because we're expecting disclosure from editors that might put them at risk, we say, no, you have to make the decision. Nobody's forcing you to bring a complaint to the Press Council, but if you do, and if we assess the complaint to see the potential, obviously, we don't ask for a waiver from everybody, but if we think there is a potential there, we will get the complainant to sign a waiver, and furthermore, if they won't sign, then we don't take the complaint. So, that's, basically that's all of us. We're pretty consistent in our approaches. New Zealand Press Council has absolutely no government funding, never have had, never want to have. We're totally funded by the industry, and that's newspapers, magazines, online media. We now have some blogs as well that have come on. And as of the 1st of January this year, we also have the online content for broadcasters, for radio and television, for the 6 big broadcasters and radio stations, television channels. And the reason for that is because the Broadcasting Standards Authority, which is a statutory organisation that was set up to deal with radio and television, they operate under an act that is from 1989. And in 1989, there wasn't the online content. And so their act doesn't mention online, and so they aren't able to do that. And so the broadcasters independently 3 years ago set up an organisation to deal with just complaints against the online content. They weren't getting very many because, as those of us who work in the industry know, it's relatively easy to fix online content, and broadcasters and editors alike, if it's a serious complaint and if they can see there's an issue, we find they're pretty good at amending copy, and so they weren't getting many complaints, and so from the 1st of January they asked if we would take over those, and we have. The New Zealand Press Council has 11 members sitting on it. There are 6 public members. The chair has always been a retired High Court judge or once a Court of Appeal judge, and there are 5 industry members. The public members are appointed after advertising, generally nationally, sometimes into a particular area or an area, maybe try to advertise into a particular ethnic group if we want to attract somebody that might be able to be a good representative of that group. The industry members, 2 are appointed by the Newspaper Publishers Association, 1 is appointed by magazine publishers, 1 is appointed by the Journalists Union, and 1 represents the digital media and blogging community, and as of the 1st of January also represents broadcasters. We were just really, really fortunate that the person who was that representative happened to work for Radio New Zealand, and so we were able to say to him, hey guy, Tim, you're wearing another hat now, you're also representing broadcasters. Of our constitution, our complaints procedure and our statement of principles, because they've got a little bit out of touch with the current environment. The media world is changing, we're changing with the number of organisations that we bring into the Press Council, and so we need to look at all our material and just make sure that it reflects current situation. We only consider complaints on ethical grounds. I told you this before, no determination of legal issues and a waiver is required. Our other objects are to promote press freedom and to maintain the press in accordance with the highest professional standards. Now, in terms of promoting press freedom, in practice what that means is looking at legislation that is in its formative stages, when maybe it's just been presented to the House before it goes to select committee. We have to look through that legislation and work out whether there is anything in it that might impinge on the media. And for instance, the most recent case that we had at the end of last year was a rather surprising piece of legislation about space junk, but it turned out that the Minister of whichever, Defence I think, was allowed to declare an area, a special area, because a piece of space junk had come down, and having declared that area, he then had special powers so that photographs couldn't be taken of that area, and that was a clear infringement of the right of the press. I mean, imagine if a bit of space junk came down and they weren't allowed to report on it or take photos. So that's the sort of thing that we're trying to nip in the bud as it goes through the process. If needs be, we do a written submission to Select Committee, and if needs be, we will make an oral presentation to the Select Committee. In terms of, we're set up as an incorporated society, but we do have the odd mention in legislation. For instance, in the Criminal Procedure Act, there are two clauses that allow media to argue against name suppression, and that say that media may remain in court when the public are cleared. So this is a person for the purposes of reporting court proceedings that is employed by an organisation that is subject to a code of ethics and the complaints procedure of the Broadcasting Standards Authority or the Press Council. We're also referred to not by name but by intent in the Defamation Act, and qualified privilege extends to a fair and accurate report of the proceedings of an inquiry held in accordance with the rules of any association formed for the purpose of promoting and safeguarding standards in New Zealand press. So effectively that means that our decisions and our proceedings are protected by qualified privilege. It doesn't mean that we accept that as carte blanche. We are very careful, of course. We operate under a statement of principles in the preamble, which I've given you. I didn't have quite enough copies for everybody, but this is a pamphlet. It's very difficult these days to keep, not for the complaints procedure and statement of principles, but in terms of lists of members, it's quite difficult to keep it up to date. But you'll notice in our preamble, it pays particular attention to the role of press in the democracy. To our Bill of Rights Act, which allows freedom of information and exchange of information and ideas. And also a publication's right to advocate. So they are allowed to take up an issue and decide, that they are in favour of a particular complaint, a particular issue, and they're allowed to advocate on it. But the advocacy obviously has to be quite distinct from their news stories about the same issue, where the same rules of accuracy, fairness and balance, etc. apply. One thing I should have mentioned is that we are quite a slimline organisation, certainly compared to several of your organisations. I'm the only staff member. We have the council members come in every 6 weeks to consider the complaints. We have a system whereby the council members actually make a draft decision. All the papers are circulated at least 2 weeks before the meeting, so that the council members come to the meeting really well prepared. Each complaint is allocated to a particular council member. They write a draft decision, and that is circulated a few days out from the council meeting. after the council members have had the chance to read all the papers and formulate their own opinions. And then they bring, it all comes together at a council meeting, and there's a very robust discussion around it. When the review was held in 2007, the retired judge who conducted the review for us said that beforehand that he thought that was not a sound way of doing things, that effectively what you were doing was predetermination by one council member and sending it out as though it looked as though it was the decision of the whole council. But after attending a council meeting, he actually changed his point of view completely and said, no, I can see it's a very efficient and effective way of doing things, and particularly when taking into account the discussion he heard, he realised that everybody at the council, around the council table, was thoroughly independent in their thought and weren't going to be swayed in their opinion by what was in the draft. And most meetings, I think, well, most meetings, I don't know, a lot of the determination, the recommendation on the draft is overturned after discussion. We had one just at the meeting on Thursday where it came in as a not uphold and ended up being an uphold with 2 dissents. We do allow a dissenting voice in our adjudications. We consider that, you know, given that the majority of the council represents the public, that they should be representing a variety of views that might come across from the public. And also within the industry there can be a variety of views. Another, I can only recall about 2 occasions, and as I've told you, I've been here for 16 years, that there is what seems like a block vote by either industry, well, by the industry in particular. They just don't. And in fact, it's my opinion that the industry members are often quicker to spot a dud story, a bad story, a story that breaches the ethical standards, possibly quicker to spot that than the public members even. One thing I didn't mention is that most of the organisations, certainly the big ones that we deal with, have their own codes of ethics as well. They marry in very well with Press Council principles, but they already understand, they're already working within the organisations from a set of a code of ethics that's been established by their organisation. Our principles have been developed in consultation with industry. So as with Finland, they are the industry's principles. We're not imposing them on the industry. We have been allowed by the industry and with the endorsement of the industry to be the organisation that polices their principles, if you like. And it's quite a symbiotic relationship really, because it's very, very handy for the industry to have another organisation that they can hand a complaint up to. All complaints have to go to the editor first of all. The editor has the opportunity to resolve the complaint at that point. It's the unresolved ones that come to us, and then still I will look at a complaint and see. Last year, 12 were resolved by mediation or by intervention between the complainant and the editor and me. And 73 went up to the Press Council. So, the advantages of self-regulation. It's cheap, it's fast, and it's non-legal. There's no cost to a complainant. There's the cost to the industry member of their time to respond. It's fast. Our process is the complaint comes in. Most complaints these days come through the website. That I then assess them for timeliness and for, just to make sure that it is an issue that the Press Council can be dealing with. I then send it on to the editor. They are allowed 10 working days to respond. Their response, in practice, they come back quicker than that. they're actually really good at currently at responding to the council. The editor's response comes in, it goes to the complainant. The complainant then is allowed a brief 200-word comment on the editor's response, and then it goes to the Press Council. So generally, every council meets every 6 weeks. What I try to do is have every complaint that's current at the time, since the last complaint, go to the Press Council at the next meeting. So generally, we have 6-week turnover. It doesn't always work in practice. This last week, I got complaints that were too late to go to this council meeting. So that will take a little longer. They'll go to the meeting on the 19th of June. Important. I mean, we've seen how the BSA, Broadcasting Standards Authority in New Zealand, has been caught out by not having any provision in their act to the internet. They've been, they've been put in this ridiculous position of not being able to deal with that, whereas we have just been able to nip in and consider change. Bring in bloggers, we're completely free from government influence. We have very little to do with government apart from the representations we make on press freedom. And at the moment there's an issue going on around convergence that we will be dealing with the government over. And our process belongs to industry, and so it has industry buy-in. The new members that we're bringing on, the associate members, are obliged to sign a contract saying that they will abide by the statement of principles, abide by the complaints procedure, and pay their levies to the council. The disadvantages of self-regulation: we have no statutory authority to impose sanctions, so we can't impose financial penalties. I think there are definitely some complainants who would be very happy to get a financial penalty. There are some who, having had a complaint upheld, it just gives extra breath to, if you like. They were already upset when they brought their complaint to the Press Council. To have it upheld just gives their complaint further oxygen. And some of them wouldn't be satisfied with a financial penalty. Actually, some of them quite like blood, I think. And quite often, they said, well, does that mean the editor's going to have to resign? Is the editor going to be sacked? But they are the minority. Most complainants accept that that their complaint's been upheld and are grateful for that. And the other disadvantage of self-regulation is that it relies on the goodwill industry to fund it, and that's largely a matter of relationship and making sure that the industry understands the value that they are getting from the Press Council process. This is the flexibility that we've had by not being bound by statute. In 1998 we added magazines. In 2000 we added members' online content. This is the content that broadcasters still can't regulate, and we've now been doing it for 17 years. In 2014 we added blogs with news content or commentary. In practice we don't have many blogs, but we do have a couple of quite big ones that have political content. In 2014 we added digital news sites, so there are quite a few now, just online news sites, particularly in the area of business news, and so they have come on. They're the associate members that have signed a contract, and then, as I mentioned at the beginning of this year, we added broadcasters' online content. Now, I've just, in the handouts that I've put out there, and there aren't quite enough for one each, I've just given you a couple of examples of a couple of decisions. Now, the first one, I've just given you the whole process so that you can see what happened. This man, at 2:01 somebody, in response to a tweet, happened to be a journalist who was on the same plane. This guy, Martin Devlin, is a bit of a sports shock jock. Somebody who was on the same plane said that he'd been escorted off the plane by the police. At 5:48, they go to him and they get a response and say, he says cabin staff overreacted. Then the next day, on the front page of the paper, they have this thing with the big headline, Air Age, evicted Devlin speaks out, with, according to him, a not very nice photo of him. So he brings the complaint to the Press Council. It goes through the process, we consider it, and we uphold his complaint. And so what the Herald, which is the biggest newspaper in New Zealand, does, they weren't actually required to do this. We can't tell them to put a thing like this on the front page of their paper. And it was really, it shows, I think, how they respect the process, that voluntarily they put up there in their skybox, they put Devlin versus Herald Press Council rules air raid report unfair, with a page reference to where they published it, and they published the entire adjudication, which was quite big. It was also published online because the story had been online, so they had to publish it on their own website. And it was also picked up by other media. For instance, it was picked up by TVNZ, the news channel. So, and those first articles have now been annotated. Actually, it says, Press Council finds Martin Devlin report unfair or something like that. So they've been annotated across the top, which is a requirement that if a complaint has been upheld, that original copy has to be annotated online, as well as having the adjudication published in whichever medium the story was published in. Recently, we've also come down quite hard on a couple of stories where children have been named in stories where their parents are involved in a marital dispute. And we have said that there is no place for children in such stories. And so I've included two adjudications there that both of which were marital disputes and the children were named. One in a regional newspaper and the other in a women's magazine. And so we're hoping that we're getting that message across, that's not on. And the last example that I've given you, this is quite interesting because it was actually an old complaint. It was out of time for our normal process. But what had happened was some children had accused a teacher of taping their mouth shut with sellotape. And the teacher lost her job over this. There was enormous, quite substantial publicity around the incident. And then sometime later, a year later, the Teachers' Council found that the story had been a complete make-up, and that the teacher had been treated really unfairly. And so it was really, we couldn't say, no, we can't take that complaint, when clearly there was an unfairness that needed to be addressed. And so this was one that I worked through with the editor. And so what we did was we arranged for a further story to be done, reporting on the Teachers' Council finding, clearing the teacher, and then every article that was published originally at the time now has an update at the top that says the Complaints Assessment Committee of the Teachers' Council has investigated the alleged mouth tape incident and is satisfied this did not take place. The allegations are inaccurate. The committee said further they are of the view that Pat Jobe is an exceptional teacher. And so that has now been added to all of the online stories. So that was an informal resolution. And that's it.
much, and it's great to be here. I'm from the Australian Press Council. And I thought I'd just break it down into 4 areas we were asked to have a look at. The first is the daily operation and management. So our council is completely independent of government. We're an incorporated association. There's no laws that create us. We're not accountable to the government in any way. We're not funded by them in any way. We also have a very large council to reflect a diversity of interest in what we do. So we have 9 public members, and we have 10 nominees of media organisations and 4 independent journalists who bring a specialist knowledge to what we do but aren't employed by a media organisation. So if you add those numbers together, you get 10 public members and 4 journalist members, so that's 14, and only 10 media representatives. So who's got a majority of votes on our council? It's not the media owners, is it? And that's something that I think is reasonably unusual about our council, and it means a couple of things. It was designed that way a few years ago as part of a strengthening of the council, but it means that when it comes to decisions about how much they pay, the publishers pay to fund our activities, it's the publishers that make those funding decisions. And the funding is around about $2 million Australian. The publishers share that. News Corporation is by far the largest publisher we have, with a great many titles throughout Australia. Fairfax is the next largest, and then we have a whole string of smaller publications in the media union. And we also have a provision in our constitution that says that the members have to comply with our processes, and that means that by contract they're obliged to publish our adjudications, follow our complaints process. So although it's not a law of the government, it is a contract between the council and the individual members that is legally binding. And the activities that our council does is to have overall oversight on what the organisation does. So the council will set the standards, which is our set of rules for publications. They design the complaints process, and they will endorse activities in the freedom of speech area, our advocacy about freedom of speech. The executive director, that's me. I run the secretariat. We've got about 9 staff, and many of those staff are devoted to complaints handling activities, but we also have some specialist roles like a director of research and communication and a research and standards officer. So that reflects the fact that for us to work effectively, we need to have a relationship with our publishers. We need to be in a joint endeavour with our publishers, the public and ourselves to make self-regulation work. And that means we need the sort of outreach to the public and to the publishers that a diverse staff like this gives us. Well, if I turn to the complaints handling process, is the publisher of this material a member of ours? Now, if they're not a member, do you think that ends it for us? Do you think we wouldn't go on and look at it? Is that okay? Well, it certainly makes it harder, because if it's not a member, they haven't agreed to our process and they might not cooperate with our process. But at the end of the day, we are there to keep the government out of direct regulation of the media, to keep the media free of government control. So even though the publisher is not a member, we'll have a look at it. and we'll ask the publisher to cooperate with our process anyway. So if you imagine there's a small circle in the middle, that's all of the publishers that are members. There's a slightly larger one that are the non-member publications. So that might be people like the Guardian newspaper. That's a well-established international newspaper published in Australia, but it's not a member of ours. And outside of that are all the other people who publish on the internet in some form, some of which are proper publications with editorial input, others of which are not. So the first question is it a publisher that we can get to cooperate in our process? Mary talked about the question of waiving legal rights to go to court. Now we have a slightly, we're between Mary's position and another position. So on our form we have a box, we say, are you intending to commence legal proceedings? And if they tick yes, then we'll go back to them and say, look, I'm sorry, we're not an alternative. We're an alternative to the court system. You can't use our system as well as go to court. If they tick no, they come into our system and we follow our process. Now the problem occurs if at some point it becomes clear that they've got in the back of their mind that if this doesn't work out, they're going to take it to court. And if that happens, we will ask them for a waiver. So we're in the middle. So the first step is to, it's not particularly readable, but we do an initial assessment of the complaint. We seek a response. If it's a clear complaint about nothing, then we'll dismiss it. If it involves another body, we'll send it to another body. We don't do complaints about TV and radio stations, just print media and their online outlets. So unlike some of the Scandinavian press councils, we're more limited in our scope. And we'll seek a formal response from the publication. We'll assess that response, and then we'll try to reach what we call a remedy. So to negotiate a letter to the editor, a correction, an apology, an op-ed, the sort of inventive thing Mary was describing that you negotiated with that article. Or alternatively, we'll issue a letter to say, look, we think you've reached the standards here, but we're not taking it to adjudication. But if we don't take one of those steps, we'll refer it to adjudication, which, like so many other press councils in the world, is all we can do. So the most serious complaints go to an adjudication panel, and this is 5 to 7 people. It's not our whole 25-member council. There's a chair of the panel and equal numbers of public and independent journalist members. So there are there any publishers on the panel? No publishers on our adjudication panel. And that was one of the changes brought in a few years ago to attempt to strengthen our process and make it more independent of the publishers. And as a result of that process, we have a meeting like this with our panel sitting around. The complainant comes on the line by telephone, the publisher comes on the line by phone. They talk about it for about half an hour. The panel then makes a decision and we draft up an adjudication. So unlike some other press councils, we don't just do it on the papers, we do it hearing from both sides, so it's a little bit of a court process, so it's longer. And also, unlike some other press councils, we have a fairly strict word limit, where we have a limit of about 850 words, whether it's upheld or not. And under our rules, the adjudication is published whether it's upheld or not, and that's quite different too. So our adjudications are real exercises in compressing what the complaint was all about down to just a few words. And some examples of the complaints. Here's one about a man who was on a television show where they were talking about proposed tax cuts for wealthy people. And he said, well, why are you giving wealthy people a tax cut? I'm very poor. If you gave me even an extra $20 a week, I'd really notice it. You know, I could take my daughter to the movies and buy her an ice cream. And some of the media seized hold of this and thought, well, he involved himself in a political debate, therefore it was fair game to investigate him. They investigated him. They found that he did indeed have some prior criminal history, low level, more or less the criminal history of someone who is not well adjusted, not good at dealing with conflict, immature. And so they published articles about him revealing this criminal past. And all he'd done is in a TV show ask, why don't you give poorer people a tax cut? But it was not upheld because part of what happened as a result of the show was someone started a crowdfunding campaign for him. They raised $60,000 because the public thought, oh, poor man, he's obviously doing hard. And the panel decided that given that the public was donating money for him, the publication was perfectly entitled to investigate years past and tell a story. Who were the public really donating money for? So that was one. And the other one is another example of a complaint by someone who's directly affected by the article. This was a football player agent who took a case to court. The article misrepresented really that he'd somehow lost the case when really he had won it. So he complained to us. We had a discussion, went through the whole court case, and his complaint was upheld. But although these two complaints are about people who are affected by the article, under our process, anyone can complain about anything. So I think as one of the other press councils indicated earlier, that means you get a lot of complaints about a lot of stuff that has no real merit, and that takes us a lot of time to get through. And it's really a philosophical position: are you going to let anyone complain about anything? So you're looking really standards rather than dispute resolution. And because we have a number of complaints, because we have a fairly large team, we have a quality control process around various aspects of it. So we have a daily complaints meeting where we look at all the complaints that come in every day. We get about 500 a year, so that's about 10 a week. And then they're preliminarily assessed every day. And there's a weekly meeting where the chair and I sit in and have a look at what's going on. If someone has made a complaint and they're referred to in the article, but we decide not to take it forward, they have a right to appeal against that to one of our vice chairs, so there's a quality control there. And in the adjudication process, there is various appeal rights in the adjudication process. There's effectively a draft issue that both parties can comment on, and then they'll say, well, we think you got it wrong, you shouldn't have upheld it, or, okay, we're not arguing about the result, but you should have explained this and that about what we said to you. So, although those processes take time and effort, my view is our adjudications are much better because we allow the parties to feedback on what we've done. And I think the quality of our adjudications is much better for having that feedback. And then there's also reviews of the closed complaints and selection of complaints that go to the council at our regular meetings. So that's the way we try to do quality control. And I think we're reasonably rare in the world in having that sort of quality control process. But most of that exists because a lot of the decision making is made below the council level. So the next area I just wanted to touch on, because I think we have an interesting story to tell about this, is managing external pressure from authorities, media outlets, and media practitioners. So it's not really the authorities that I want to talk about, or media practitioners. It's media outlets. So in Australia, we have a fairly concentrated market where News Corp have a large part of the market. I haven't noticed any pressure from government at all, so that might be something that's good about the Australian context. But we did have a situation with one of the News Corp papers, which resulted in them lampooning our press council with this cartoon you can see there. I don't know if any of you have a press council number plate on your car, but we have one there. And this arose because of an article about the kangaroo meat trade, and the gentleman shown with the gun is depicted as the former chair of the council. But I just wanted to outline a little bit about what happened leading up to this breakdown in relationship. One of the newspapers, the Australian, in effect reached a point where it said, right, we've lost all confidence with the press council. You're erratic in your rulings, you're unmoored from your foundations, ponderous and serpentine in your procedures, and on they went with a whole lot of criticisms. And the cooperation with us stopped. It was very difficult to get anything done. The council's offices became a very unhappy place to be. And there were 16 other articles like that spread over the space of about a month or 6 weeks. It was a total breakdown in the relationship. And it did settle down, and what settled it down most significantly was there was a change of leadership of the council's chair, and a new chair came in with a broader idea of the new chair said, well, I'm not just going to run the Press Council by looking at complaints handling, I'm going to look at raising broader issues where we have a common interest with the publishers. So the approach would be that we would advocate for freedom of the press and freedom of speech. And so it was this idea of the joint enterprise between the public, Press Council and the publishers, where we cooperate together to make self-regulation work. And where we can, we will act in cooperation with publishers, where we're advocating about freedom of speech and freedom of the press. But on the other hand, while we're embracing them with our left hand, with our right hand, we might say we breach the standards, publishers' adjudication. So it's a relationship with two arms. And my experience is you have to have the two arms that work for it to work properly. And an example of this was some advocacy we did about a data retention bill, where our new chair made a statement about it being too intrusive and having a chilling effect on press freedom and reporting. And also our communication style. I don't know if other press councils cop the sort of, you're just a publisher's poodle, you're weak and powerless, you're a toothless tiger. I don't know if those epithets are thrown around in Europe or elsewhere, but that's what we get. When we communicate with publishers, when publishers are saying, oh, I don't want to publish this, or I don't want to do that, or this is excessive, you're forcing me to do too much, what I tend to do is remind them of why we're here, and that part of our process is to keep the government out of regulation of the media, and that if we go too soft on them, if we're too accommodating with their requests, we will rightly be called a toothless tiger. We will be ineffective. So managing the relationship with the publishers is partly about telling them, look, if you want self-regulation to work, you have to cooperate with us. You have to do what we're asking you to do because it's reasonable and it's necessary to make self-regulation work. So there's a lot of those sort of hard conversations that happen in our press council. I can't speak for other press councils in the world, but certainly in the Australian context, there's a lot of that that goes on. So in 2017, we're in pretty good shape in terms of relationship with our publishers and cooperation and operating well as a press council. The complaints and the complainants are up. We've had a 30% increase in our publisher numbers over the last couple of years. We've had people like the Huffington Post come in, the Daily Mail, a number of smaller Australian-based publishers. We've had a 40th anniversary conference that's explored a whole lot of issues that are relevant to our publishers and relevant to us operating successfully. So that's a very happy story out of a very unhappy period of bitter criticism of one of our publishers. The other area I wanted to talk about was medium and long-term capacity building. And I'll just circulate around. There's not enough for everyone, but one of the things we did in the last year or so was to put together a strategic plan for what we were going to do over the next 3 years. And it was a good exercise because in the 40 years we've been around, we've never actually had a strategic plan. And it was good to actually think about it, write it down, and then we could all proceed in implementing the plan. Part of that plan is to get in further additional members. And one of the things we did to attract more members, was to do a bit of a document that sets out all the benefits of belonging to the Press Council. And one of the things I found that's very good for me to be able to do when talking with publishers is to be able to explain to them why they should join. Because the law doesn't make them join. Unlike some other countries, there's no real legal benefit by joining beyond some benefit in the privacy area. So we have to be able to articulate to publishers why they should join us. And one of the powerful reasons is that if they have a good complaints resolution process in place, they will keep their readers. And this is one of the arguments that we've started to put forward, as well as keeping the media free of government intervention and various other things. So that chart I'm just sending around is an example of our thinking on how we can persuade new members to come in. In terms of medium and long-term capacity planning also, we've done a lot of work in the IT area, new systems, new website coming up. Relationships with publishers I've already talked about, and increasing membership is one thing we want to work on. We have The Guardian are not members of ours, so that's an English publisher that publishes in Australia and the UK or the US. It's not a member of ours, it's not a member of the UK Press Council either. Also, because we are English speaking primarily, in Australia the American publishers are coming in as well. So BuzzFeed publishes out of Australia, but America has no real history or no current history of press councils. So it's in Australia and it's not putting its hand up to join us either. So one of our challenges going forward is to bring these international publishers in. Also, we're wanting to learn from the complaint experience. In other words, if we think there's a pattern of a particular issue in the area, for example, in the reporting of domestic and family abuse, and respectful communication is very important. Oversight of complaints, and also the idea of standards, education, and outreach. So it's that relationship with the publishers, it's the relationship with the public, and I think to a greater degree, we're going to need to do more educating or reaching out to the public and explaining what we do as a people. I think talking to the public about what is the Press Council's role. Is it a problem if a publication runs a campaign for a second airport in Sydney in Australia? Is that really a problem? No, they're entitled to do that as long as they get their facts right. So, but the public don't always understand that. So public education is an important thing for us to do. Managing finance and sourcing external funding. We have a system, as I mentioned earlier, because the publishers don't have a majority on the council. It's the publishers who separately, in effect, decide the fees that are to be paid. And they'll pay, the council recommends an amount and the publishers will make the final decision. We have a process called triennial funding, whereby our fees are agreed for 3 years in advance. So it's not a situation where I might be having an argument with one publisher right now about some issue, but I've got to go with my budget to them for approval for the next year, and I'm seeking that approval in the middle of a big argument with the publisher. That's not a good position to be in. So we're now looking at approval for our funding for the 2020 year, and that's a very nice position to be in, because when we did have this big issue with one of our publishers, we knew we had the funding locked in for 3 years. We knew we weren't going to be having to make radical changes because the relationship was in trouble at that point. Also, new members are a very valuable source of potential additional funding for us. We got the Daily Mail in as a new member, which was a very valuable addition. I mean, the extra thinking we're doing around new members is things like Google and Facebook. Are they publishers that should join? In the Australian context, there's a number of sporting organisations that have news websites, and one in particular has something like 120 journalists working on its news website. So is that not a publisher? How is that really different to the mainstream newspapers who might have investments in other areas? One might be an event organisation that runs a website, the other might be the other way around, a publisher that runs events. But so we're looking expansively at what is the sorts of publications we could be looking to get in. And we also have the possibility of external funding for specific purposes, but that hasn't really been something we've looked at closely to this point. And the final major area I was going to have a look at was strategic approach to social media issues. Well, the way I've seen that play out in the Press Council's work is how news is sourced. For example, publications taking photos and images from Facebook censorship of a publisher's social media outlets. That arose with the Evening Post, Express, one of the Norwegian publications. This way, if Google and Facebook have taken so much of that they have become publishers, should they not be joining the press councils of the world? And how we as press councils might move forward to encourage them to do that. So that's it. That's Australia for you.
Chairman of the National Press Council of Thailand. We are going to celebrate our 20 years anniversary on the 4th of July this year. We are half life of the Australian Press Council. You can see the side. It is I was the Press Council of Thailand founded. We are under track after 20 years of totally independent from any government or legal power. Now we are under threat. So we are doing the campaign and stop licensing the media and don't dominate the people mind. This is the campaign slogan that we are doing now. I will tell you more about this. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. This is some background of the foundation of the Press Council in Thailand. So actually, the idea of starting some 40 years ago. The idea came up to every time we want to do the campaign to abolish the Press Act 1941. The government, every time, the government will say that, okay, you need to have a press council to replace the press law. So, but the press council that they said talking about is the legal press council. So then, but it's never happened until 1997, the Constitution Drafting Assembly has initiated the idea to set up a legal press council. They want to put it in the constitution that we have to set up the legal press council. So by the time the Confederation of Thai Journalists consists of 10 media organizations, opposed the proposal, and we try to lobby, negotiate with the Constitution Drafting Assembly to take out the clause in the Constitution to set up the legal press council. And promised that we will set up the self-regulation bodies called the National Press Council of Thailand. So we founded on the 4th of July 1997. And nothing to do with the celebration of the founding of the USA. So, and then the National Press Council of Thailand is only cover the newspaper and website now. Then we have another council, it's called New Broadcast Council. This is regulating the broadcast media. The National Press Council of Thailand. We have totally 21 members. 5 members is elected among the owner publisher. We do this because we don't have publisher association as in other countries. We don't have like in Sweden, Finland, in Indonesia, that have the publisher association. In Thailand, it's too much competitor, so the publisher cannot get together. So we don't have the publisher. So, but among the owners, select 5 members, and then among the editor, select another 5, and then these 2 groups select members from the beat reporters, and then become 14. The 14 select nominate another 7 honorary members which is from the outside people. But 2 of the 7 have to be, former journalists. So it's altogether 31. So who can make a complaint? It might be the same as other press council in the world, that anyone, person, organization who feel affected by the coverage of newspaper, career of the individual journalist, who is a member. You can always complain against the newspaper that are member. If they are not member, we cannot do anything with them. And also general public who feel disturbed by the coverage of newspaper also can complain. Any press council member can raise a complaint for an investigation against newspaper. I mean, if we sit in the press council meeting, any member can raise the complaint to any. So how do we handle a complaint? This is a brand new process because we just amend our constitution last year. That this is the first time that we asked all the members to set up their internal ombudsman. So then the complaint comes to the press council. We send back to the newspaper ombudsman on each newspaper to finish the complaint consideration within 30 days. And then if they can negotiate, the case is dropped. But this is not finished, or the complaint is not satisfied, the complainant is not satisfied, then the case comes to the press council. And then the press council we have the what you call ethics committees. This is a new one. Before we have the subcommittee on complaint consideration, but now we combine the subcommittee on consumer protection, which is doing the proactive things with the complaint commission. So it becomes the ethics committees. And in the case, except for investigation, then we have to ask the newspaper to defend on the case, and the case will be further investigated. But all the process have to finish within 120 days, or about 4 months. So number of complaints and budget. There are less than 10 complaints per year in the last 3 years, where it's various reasons, including public confidence, public trust. Public doesn't trust that if they complain to the press council, that we will do it fast enough, or they are likely to go to the court, because we still have, in Thailand we still have defamation law. It's a criminal defamation law. So they can go to the police station, and the police station handle the case and go against the newspaper. So it's easy for people to take legal action to the media. So they tend to go to the legal things. But anyway, even though we don't have many complaints, but we do handle some difficult case. Like for example, there was one case that went like about two years, which is there was a leaking of a document, like this, but it's leaking through it was a thumb drive. Thumb drive was dropped somewhere. But in the thumb drive, it consists of an internal document of a big public company in Thailand. And in there was a list of the payment that they pay to journalists, editors. And they said, this name paying 20,000 baht plus 12 months. This man 30,000 baht, 6 months. And one of the news website, leaking this document to the public. So then the press council is picking up this case and going on investigate. And what we found out is, because we set up an independent committee to investigate. Some of the name of the people came to cooperate with the press council by came to us and testified and telling that the money they received, he or she received from this company is for advertising. And they have all the documents to show that this is the payment for advertising. But some of them deny, don't come. And some of them even criticize the press council why we handled the case. But finally, we issued the verdict that for the one who come and testify and declare, we found that okay, they are not guilty. But the one who do not come and testify, we cannot justify whether they are received the bribery from the company or not, and leave the public to decide whether they are good or bad journalists. This is a very critical case that we spent like 2 years, investigating. Spend a lot of money for the independent judge, independent committee to investigate. Anyway, but the budget, we don't receive any single baht of money from the government. So, and we get the fee from the member. But now, we have the big newspaper volunteer to pay more than the smaller one. But now, because of the downturn of the print industry, so one of the big company newspaper, everybody know, the Bangkok Post, this year denied to pay the fee because they said they are broke, they cannot pay. So we are trying to negotiate them to pay the minimum instead of paying like 200,000 baht. The minimum is 20,000 baht. So we're trying to do 1/10 of what they have paid. So this is, and the rest is we're doing like fundraising project. We have in every 4th of July we organize a conference and ask the public company to sponsor, also in buying advertising in our annual report. This is, but we do it very carefully. We don't want them to have the influence on. For example, the company that was in our was leaking, leaking with the document. It's a big company, and they want to give us a lot of sponsor. So we decided not to receive any single money from them, because to show our independence from them. So this is one example. And no government funding. Lack of effectiveness in self-regulation because of the low cooperation. The member, some big member now withdraw when they satisfied with operation. By the time that we are investigating them and we have the preliminary report and found that they were really guilty. So before the final verdict, they just decide from the press council. So this is the big criticism that the press council cannot. They said we cannot self-regulation. So that's why the military appointed reform council now they got introduced a new draft law to set up a national media council to control self-regulation. They want to set up a national media council to control the existing self-regulation. So it's been, if you complain to the press council and we issue the verdict that the newspaper is not guilty, so that person can go to the national media council and they can overrule and impose fine to the newspaper. The fine is start on 50,000 baht, 35 baht to $1, so to 150,000 baht to the most. So how do we do? So what if we do? We try to reform ourselves, show them that we have not just sitting down and do nothing with. So we try what we try to do is amend our constitution. We set up the media internal ombudsman. We try to speed up the complaint handling, improve the code of ethics and guideline, and increase member commitment. So member commitment is we ask the member to sign the MOU that they will not resign from the press council every 3 years. They have to sign the contract with us. So now they propose, and then we also propose counter draft law with National Committee to promote press freedom and media standard with our legal power. So what we have proposed is something similar to what Indonesia and Timor and Myanmar, that they will be setting up a committee to protect the media protections, and this committee can receive the complaint that go to the newspaper or the media that are not members of the press council, and this committee can handle those cases, but without legal power. They cannot impose fine or any legal sanction to the media. Only trying to propose, but it seemed not very successful. Only yesterday, the National Reform Steering Assembly passed the draft law to set up a legal National Media Council with 2 out of the 15 board members that come from the government officer, in the first 5 years. So the 15 board member is comprised of, they said, 7 7 journalists electing among media organizations, and then 2 from the government agencies, and 2 from independent government agencies. And then all of them will nominate 4 honorable members. So it's 15 members. Initially, they want to also include in the law to give the power to this council to licensing the journalists. But because of our fierce campaign, so they agreed to withdraw this yesterday. But they're still, trying to impose the legal prescription. So the council will have the power to overrule the verdict of the existing self-regulation body, which is like the press council, and impose fine if the media don't follow the council decision. And now the draft sent to the government for further process. Now the ball is in the hand of the government. So whether the government going to propose this to the National Legislative Assembly to draft the real law. So that's why today our friend went to see the Prime Minister before to ask him also to commemorate the World Press Freedom Day tomorrow. And he said that he will carefully consider the draft before making decision whether to propose the law to the National Legislative Council. So this is the latest picture this morning. So this is our Secretary General, who's the one who's explained it to, and our senior members and the president of the Thai Journalists Association and former president. So but he said quite positive, but we don't know because it's the ball in his hand. So that's it. I hope you learn from us, and please give us support. We may ask some of you to send letters of solidarity to us, and we'll send to the Prime Minister. We are planning, we will be talking with the CPAN, the Southeast Asian Press Alliance, that we might organize a mission. Jerry was there yesterday, we had the board member. invite the representative from Indonesian Press Council and Myanmar Press Council, maybe Timor-Leste, to meet with the Thai Prime Minister to explain it. Because he was once said that, okay, we have to look at what the neighbor and the international other countries do in controlling the media. So if you can help us, that will be highly appreciated. Thank you very much.
You haven't got it on your own. Two of our political parties have in their electoral policies have that they want to set up a council above the press council that will have much more power, be set into legislation and able to fine and that they had it for the last election and they weren't voted in. I don't know what their policy will be for this election, but it's hovering out there for all of us all the time.
We are tougher. We are dealing with the military government now.
Thank you for that presentation. Well,
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, first of all, I would like to introduce our former chairman, Mr. Atmaksuma, over there. And I really hope if I miss some point in this presentation, please give additional information to our colleagues here, Parma. Okay. Yeah, I would like to give you a brief historical background first before we move to the role of Indonesian Press Councils. So we have political reform in Indonesia, as you know, in 1998, the end of authoritarianism happened here in Indonesia, and we have a big bang, we can call it as a big bang of political reform. Yes, there are three things I think that changed the face of new Indonesia at the time. First of all, we got like democratic elections, and all of Indonesian people free to create political parties. Before we only have 3 political parties. Now everyone wants to create political party, and it's a bit noisy in Indonesian politics today. And we have the coalition as well, regional autonomy, that changed the landscape of political relation between center and region in Indonesia. And this is very important for our topics today. The new press law, 1999, we got in 1999, and the new broadcasting law in 2002. And the new press law, this is a really different if you compare with the old press law, because it guarantees freedom of the press and expressions, and it eliminates the government power to censor, license, regulate, or ban any news media. This is the core spirit or the core value of the new press law, that no more media banning in Indonesia. And under this law, all of the media association or journalist association is protected by this law, and it mandates to the establishment of independent press council. So we work under this law, the Indonesian Press Council. Yes, the function of the Independent Press Council is no longer as a government advisor, but to protect the freedom of the press. This is the main task of Indonesian Press Council. Before this law, 1999 law, the chairman of the Press Council was the Minister of Information. So you can imagine what happened. So we cannot publish anything, any materials that not permitted by the government. And under this law, the constituents also changed. The members of Press Council is elected democratically every 3 years, consisting of the journalist who was chosen by journalist organizations, and the head of the press company, chosen by the press company organizations, and community leaders. This is from the public, press or communication expert, and other fields selected by journalist organization of and the press company organizations. These are journalist associations that we have in Indonesia. 3 big journalist associations. They are the Alliance of Independent Journalists, the Indonesian Journalist Association. This is the older organization in Indonesia. I think it established in 1946, 1946, and the new one, the Indonesian TV Journalist Associations. And we have 4 media organization associations: the Indonesian Publisher Associations, the Indonesian Private TV Associations, the Indonesian Radio Stations Associations, and the Indonesian Local TV Association. So these 4 media organizations, they meet together to appoint one of their member to become to represent this cluster of media organizations to be a member of Press Council. So we have totally 9 members. 3 members represent journalists, 3 members represent publishers, and 3 members represent publics. And all of these members can only be elected for 2 terms. So that's mean only 6 years in service. And the functions, I think we have a lot of tasks for the Indonesian Press Council. First of all, to protect freedom of the press. This is a very heavy task, I think, because this is the daily problem that we are facing when we run this Press Council. Secondly, to conduct study to develop and enhance the quality of the press. So we do some surveys, we do some workshop, and we try to indicate what is the problem of Indonesian press. And 3, to supervise the implementation of journalism ethics. We also, with our constituents, we discuss about how to enrich and to reform our journalism code of ethics, because the problem of ethics always growing along the way with the development of technology and so on. And 4, to provide guidance and amicable solution in mediating dispute between members of societies and the press. And I think we have the similar task and procedure on this. And 5, to enhance communication among the press, the people, and the government. And this is a bit tricky, because this is like a legacy from the past, where Indonesian people always see the press like a bridge between the government, people, and the press itself. So we still have this legacy. This is come from the old political traditions. And 6, to facilitate press communities in their effort to enhance the quality of press freedom. We have members, not the constituents, but some journalist associations registers themselves to the Press Council, and they ask help from our institutions. So we give supervisions to them, and we give some workshops to them, although they are not permanent member of press councils. And the last is to gather data of media companies. So every year we publish what we call as National Media Database, and it consists all platform of media, of online, televisions, and also print. So we have a lot of tasks here. And to do that functions, we have 4 commissions in the initial press concern. First of all, we have a press complaint commission. This is the parity commissions in the press concern, because we deal with people every day. We receive complaints every day also. So this is a very busy commission in our organizations. And then the regulation and law commissions. Yeah, this is Mr. Jimmy. Mr. Jimmy is our chair of regulation and law commissions. And we have a journalist profession development, research and press company data bank commission as well, and inter-organization and overseas relations commission. So we have 4 commissions, but the very busy commissions is press complaint commissions. Yes, public complaints. I think we share similar experience like from these press concerns. So we have the increasing of complaints every year from 67 complaints in 2000. Now we have about 824 in 2015, and the number for the last year, 2016, is more about 840. So increase year by year, and the problem and the cause why it is increasing, I think we share the similar experience like Eunice, because the awareness of people to report the dispute to the press council. So this is a good news for press council as well. And most complaint case reach amicable solutions. Yeah, people feel easier to report to the press concern rather than to bring the case to the police, because if they go to police, they need more time and sometimes more money. In Indonesia, we have a joke: if you lost a goat or a chicken, and you report to the police, and you might be lost your coat. So you need more money to pay police for the investigations. Source of funds. Yes, we have. We finance our operations in the press council from state budget. Started from 2006. We receive about 21 billion rupiah. So it's about 10 million US. And donations, mostly from overseas funding agency, from 2000 to 2006, we received help and aid from many funding agencies from overseas. And now, after we got the state budget, the aid is decreasing, but some institutions still have good cooperation with the press council, and they still have funding for some our big contributions. It's very few. It's very small number. So I invite our colleagues from Finnish press council, and also from Thai fully funded by media community. So we will try to explore this more in the future, how to get money from the media company. And what our product, we produce some regulations, rights of reply, online journalism guidelines. This is very important today because most of the complaints come from the public talking about the violation of the code of ethics doing by online media. And we have an expert witness in court hearing. This is one of our maneuver, yeah, to avoid criminalizations to the press. So we have MOU between the press council and the national police, and also we made a MOU with the Indonesian military and with the Supreme Court and also with the Attorney General Office. So with this MOU, we try to protect the freedom of the press. We try to avoid if someone who have a media dispute and they bring it to the police, and police have MOU with us, and usually they will revert to the press council, yeah, the case, and ask our opinion and our examinations on this case before they continue with this report. And we produce journalist competency standard. This is also important because we try to make what we call it a certification for the press, for the journalists. Why we do that? Because in Indonesia, we have a very specific case. All Indonesian citizens, some of Indonesian citizens, they are eager to be journalists without any background of knowledge. I mean a professional knowledge. So they, under the press law, it is permitted to everyone to create media. And people with a very low skill and less knowledge on journalism, they try to create media, and the disaster is begin from that. Because a lot of what they call a journalism product, always contains the violation of code of ethics. So we create this standard, we call it journalist competency standard. And also for the media company, we produce the same standard, and we also try to regulate media companies association standard. So not all of media companies can be our constituent if they cannot fulfill this standard. And also we have a journalist association standard since the press council created in 2000, and protections of journalists. This is also important to the media. And what is the challenges? First of all, we have ethical adjudication versus legal punishment. Yes, as we know, as a press council, we don't have any imperative power to push the media that violate the code of ethics. We cannot send them to jail. Yeah, the very hard sanctions that can we give to them is they need to declare what has been violated by them on their media. So they need to publish our verdict on their media. This is the only the sanctions that we can give. And criminal defamation laws, we still have these criminal laws, and for the defamation, for instance, people can bring the case to the press council and also to the police. It is permitted by law. So this is the option for the people. If they got dispute on media and the dispute contains the defamations, so they can bring the case to these options. And we try very hard to convince the public and also the institutions, the judicial institutions, that if they got a problem with the media, it is better to bring it to the press council rather than to bring the journalists under the criminal code. And the press freedom is not constitutional right. It is not like in the US. It is the press freedom is a part of the First Amendment. We don't have that constitutional right, so we only have this press law. And of course, the challenge. I think we all now globally facing these phenomena, the new social media environment, because with the social media, it is really become a serious problem for the good journalism today, and also the bogus journalists. What had mentioned our vice chairman in this morning. Yeah, I would like to give the illustrations how I did one of the on the news portal in Indonesia versus Indonesian military armed forces. So about 3 weeks ago, The Intercept, one of the U.S. online media, published an article written by Alan Iron, a U.S. investigative journalist. Alan said his investigative work pointed out the involvement of some Indonesian military elites and politicians behind Islamist mass mobilization against President Jokowi. He said it was a plan for a coup. The article is translated into Indonesian and published by Indonesian news portal website Tito.id on 19 April. And the Indonesian military was very angry with this. Very angry because it is it mentioned that the army, the chief of army involved in the plan for a coup. So the TNI institution then planned to report it to the police as a case of defamation. Of course, this is a bit worrying because if TNI do this, so everybody in Indonesia will do these things, bring the case of media to the police, something that we try to avoid this. And we try to remind TNI that under the law press, they should bring the case to the press council for journalistic examinations and solve the case under the press law. And the TNI, because we got an MOU also with them, just signed in February this year, 2017. So they hear what we say, and they try to suspend the intention to report the case to the police, and they visited the press council office and made some consultations. And what we heard at the latest development, they plan to officially report the case to the press council. I think this is one of the strategies that we have been done so far to avoid the criminalization of the press. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much. Maybe Pak Akma, do you want to add something on the historical background maybe? Okay, thank you very much.
Counter break is we have 20 minutes counter break. Thank you.
20 minutes.
Presentation.
I guess 20 I don't have made in PowerPoint presentation, just sharing our own experience with you. In current days, we have discussed about right to information. The problem is in countries like ours, Asian part. The big question is right to information or right to misinformation. It's taking big shape. It's very challenging. In Nepal, there are 5 big heads, constitutional heads: President, Vice President, Prime Minister, Speaker, and Chief Justice. Among 5, 3 are women, for the first time in our history. And for the first time, there was one Chief Justice, lady, who was appointed last year, and she was dismissed 3 days ago through the process of impeachment by Parliament. She has been suspended now, and today was the day scheduled to which date she was supposed to give verdict for appointing a new police chief of Nepal. And a very interesting thing is, since last 1 week, there are 9 broadsheet big dailies being published from our capital, Kathmandu. And there are many things happening, and after 12 days there will be local government election after 19 years taking place. About this special case of dismissal of Chief Justice and police case appointment case, there are 9 newspapers, and if you read this newspaper, it writes the move of government, the action of government was right time, right decision. Another newspaper says, no, the Chief Justice was becoming like a dictator. She was interfering in any action of the government. So the question is, it is one fact, but newspapers, media, televisions are writing on behalf or against the action, against the decision. Nobody knows who will win, who will lose, but one thing is clear, that truth is dying every day because of media's presentation. People are being suffered, people are being confused, which is right, which is wrong. So this is media, our media, playing role in the society. It will enhance democracy or boost up the 10 years old People's War, so-called People's War, which killed 17,000 people, which ended just 10 years ago. And that party who launched People's War is now in the power as government head. So media's role in establishing, promoting democracy or creating social imbalance, social trouble is very high. So this is the challenge we have been facing with. We have gone through 240 years monarchy, 30 years autocratic system, 104 years one family rule and constitutional monarchy, finally republican setup, and again this and that. As I said to you before, after 12 days there will be local election and media is divided. Media is writing this or that on behalf, in support or against certain candidate. My senior colleague, Justice Prasad from Indian Press Council, chairman of Indian Press, he has experience of fake news and some sort of bad things, bad practice of media in India itself. We have been also facing the same thing. We are going to face the same thing in my country as well. So the question again comes, right to information or right to misinformation. We have Press Council in Nepal. It's a regulatory body, statutory, and we are working voluntarily. The complaints are increasing day by day, especially in the name of breaking news, online medias, webs, blogs, they're giving very bad news which creates social trouble. But we have constitutional guarantee to media that just because of writing or just because of presenting any news, no right of expression would be harmed by state, by anything. Because of this, anarchism is growing, as I have mentioned in previous session. And Press Council Nepal is represented by 2 from editors, all the editors. We have 912 newspapers from all over the country. 2 from publishers, 2 working journalists. Nepal Bar Association representative also there, and senior advocate or Chief Justice of Supreme Court ex-judge or senior journalist. He's the only, the chairman is the only paid service holder in the Press Council. The rest of the members are voluntarily working there. If unanimously, what to do? What kind of action should be taken against any? But the problem is, Media Council, Press Council of Nepal, I'm representing from the editors sector of the country. We decide unanimously without taking any tiltness, any biasness. But we are being threatened. Threatened by whom? Could you guess? For the decisions we make, for the purity of journalism, for the purity of ourselves, code of conduct made by us, for us, we are being threatened, challenged by journalists themselves. Life threat, sometimes being attacked. Such are the situations we have been facing. Besides of this, we have been working, we are dedicated, because we are volunteers working for make our profession better one, responsible one, more accountable and credible one. Besides of this, these are some bitter facts. As a Thai friend was telling, Indonesian friend was telling that everybody wants to be a journalist, but without giving any examination, without going through any kind of quality checking. Same thing we have been facing too. Everybody wants to be a journalist, but nobody could be, everyone couldn't be a journalist. Everyone can write on Facebook, Twitter, they can express their feelings. But it doesn't mean that they are journalists. Through Facebook, through Twitter, also there are so many troubles being created in our country. Social harmony is, being under threat. These are the things. And we have many press councils. As you mentioned, 86, 87 press councils in the world. And even in our region, Asian region, Indian Press Council, Bangladesh Press Council, Nepal Press Council are there. My senior chairman of Indian Press Council, he is taking initiative to form alliance of South Asia and Southeast Asian press councils. And preliminary preparation has been taken place, and he is supposed to hold a meeting in November to finalize it. So I request press councils, East Timor, Myanmar, Indonesia, Singapore and other countries to join us. Not only that, to raise our voice, discuss, share our experience, what we have been facing, European friends, Scandinavian friends, friends from Australia, America, other countries. We have in common, we have common problem as well. So we can sit together, we can discuss and find out the way out, how to do, what to do in the near future for the guy as a journalist. So let's sit together, let's raise our voice together. We have World Association of Press Councils. I request you, whoever would be able to join us, let's sit together, like South Asian Press Alliance, World Association of Press Councils, and our other friends. Thank you very much for your time listening to me and your solidarity to Nepal, because we have gone through so many difficulties. Still, we have to face these challenges in the days to come. Thank you very much.
So let us invite the Chairman of the Press Council of India, Mr. Justice Chandramouli.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. I am grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Let us congratulate ourselves on the eve of the world's Freedom Day, Press Freedom Day. Journalists are the crusader of truth. They exercise our powers, our obligations, and our desire to be informed, and that right you get from the journalist. And therefore, you need to have a body to preserve their freedom. I always hate the word and expression used in many of the conferences like this. And the press councils are there to regulate. I hate this word, regulate. I believe that the duty of the press council is to preserve the freedom of the press, because many are called, so far the journalists are concerned, many are called, but very few are chosen. And those who are chosen do not have the power of a politician. They do not have the glamour of a bureaucrat, or for that matter, the salary of a corporate person. It is to become the agent of change that the journalists join the profession. Therefore, we must preserve their freedom. Actually, their freedom is our freedom, our right to information. It is the journalists who give us this right. India got independence in 1947 by what we call the most peaceful means. And when Mahatma Gandhi started the Champaran movement, that was the first movement of independence 150 years ago, the historians met him and said that in the history we have not seen this kind of a movement. The historian says, I have read a large number of books on freedom movements. None of the books talk about the freedom the way you want to achieve, Gandhi's reply was that this will be the part of the history after some time, and the time has proved that. The Press Council of India was established in the year 1966. This was by an act of parliament. It's a statutory body created by an act of parliament. For a short time in 1975, when India faced internal emergency, the act was repealed. And it's the people power that the party which repealed the Press Council Act was defeated, and the next political party which came in power reenacted the Press Council Act. And this is how we are in existence for the last 60 years. Our functions are manifold. I can talk about it for hours together. The organizers have given me 15 minutes time. I assure you, I'm seeing dropping eyes here, I will not take more than 15 minutes. Our functions are manifold, and one of the most important functions of ours is to preserve the freedom of the press. I must tell you, the act was enacted in the year 1965, and at that particular point of time, this electronic media and the social media was not known to the human beings. Therefore, so far the Press Council of India is concerned, it exercises power only over the print media, which means the newspapers and the magazines. And I tell you, its number are not less. We have about 90,000 newspapers and magazines in India. 90,000. We have more than 1 lakh journalists in India, and therefore to preserve their freedom, it's a very daunting task for me. Its constitution has been provided by the Act itself. It consists of 28 members, excluding the chairman. Therefore, it's a 29-member body. 13 members come from the working journalists. Out of them, 6 are the editors of the newspapers. And presently, I have 2 members from amongst the category of the editors, and the circulation of that particular newspaper in India is the largest. And therefore, we are distinguished editors, distinguished journalists in our council. We have the owners also in our system, and there are 6 who represent the owners category. We have the category of the small newspapers, the medium newspapers, and the large newspapers, and 2 each represent these categories of the owners. One comes from the news agencies. There are several news agencies in the country, and one represents the news agency. And we have 5 members from the parliament of our country. 3 are from the Lok Sabha, which means the House of People, and 2 from the House of States. We have bodies like the University Grants Commission, which looks after what you call the development in the field of higher education. Their nominees there. Then we have a Sahitya Academy nominee, which looks after the literary work of the country, and one, the Bar Council of India, whose members are the lawyers. You would like to know, and I'm glad to say, that none of these members, the government has no role in appointment or nomination of any of these members. So far as the journalists are concerned, we have the Union of Journalists, and they nominate their members. The list of associations are decided by the council, and from amongst them, they nominate and the government has to notify. We have an independent collegium. The collegium consists of the Vice President of India, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, and a nominee of the Press Council itself. It is a 3-member collegium who picks up the chairman of the council, and by tradition, although the law doesn't say that, had always been either a sitting or a retired judge of the highest court of the country, had the privilege to be the judge of the Supreme Court of India. On many occasions I have said, and I repeat it here, if you don't have financial independence, you can't take decisions on difficult and contentious issues. If you want to be really independent, you have to be financially independent, and the law must ensure that. I have heard from friends that many of the press councils have funding from the industry. These are internal matters of the country, I don't want to comment that, but I am of the view that unless and until you are financially independent, you can't take decisions on issues which are very, very contentious. Normal issues you can, but you have to divide. If you want to be a part of history, you have to be financially independent. So far the Press Council of India is concerned, the statute gives us the power to levy fee on the newspapers, depending upon its circulation. And it's the fee which the newspaper gives us. It's a fee, it's not a tax. And those who know law must be knowing the distinction between tax and fee. When you have a fee from any individual, you serve them. And how do we serve them? We preserve their freedom. And therefore we charge fee, and that's good enough for our functions. For efficient functioning, you need a secretariat. And a secretariat which is controlled by you, the press councils. There must not be the employees of the government. There must be your employees whose discipline and control must rest with you. I have a secretariat of 80 employees, and I appoint them, and the discipline and control rest in the council. It is also one of the factors which one may consider for an independent press council. We received large number of complaints. We have divided into 2 categories. One is by the press, the other is against the press. We have powers to take cognizance suo motu also. Therefore, any development which takes place in the country, which has any bearing on the freedom of the press, you file a complaint or you may not file a complaint, we take cognizance of that. The complaints we received from the journalists about the impediments created by the officers or the harassment by the government authorities for their writing. We have a kind of a quasi-judicial system. We receive the complaint, we send for comments of the government, and we hear it in this open hearing where both the sides are heard and adjudication and the matter is adjudicated. Therefore, this is the way we are trying to proceed, and we have proceeded. When I became the chairman of the press council, as I have said to you, the members of our press council are wise and successful men in their own field. As I said to you, Two of them are the distinguished editors. The world knows them. And the most difficult task for me was to fix a date of the meeting. I want to share this my personal experience. How do you fix the date of a meeting? Because you fix a date, X may give you a ring. Chairman sir, I have to go to New Zealand for this meeting. Therefore, what I decided, and this is a practice which I commend to the press councils of the world, I came out with a calendar. It's made in advance. It was made in the month of October 2016, and I tell you right now what I have to do the whole year. On 16th of November 2017, we are going to celebrate the National Press Day. That's in the calendar. On 11th and 12th of December, we will have the meeting of the inquiry committee to hear complaints. This is in the calendar. This is the practice which I introduced. Every month we sit and decided, everybody knows in December what they have to do. Therefore, this calendar has served a very good purpose, and I am proud to say that my council has been able to dispose of complaints within 6 months. We have 2,000 complaints in a year, and we are able to dispose of it within 6 months. As I have said, journalists are the sentinel of truth. And while pursuing it, they are bound to come in conflict with the authorities, be it the government, be it other institutions. They are bound to come in conflict. And I propagate this conflict, that there must be conflict between the journalists and the government authorities, unless and until you have an ideal state. A journalist is bound to talk about the manner in which the health care is being provided by the government. Therefore, for a healthy democracy, it is essential, and I have said it times without number to the journalists and in many places, that conflict and with the journalists and the government is but natural, should be there, and therefore they have to be insulated from the government. I understand I have a couple of minutes more to speak. I talk to you. The press council should be a body which is not in any way either appointed by the government or they should have any role in the appointment of the press councils. Because I think in every democratic country where the political parties rule, it is said that the political party, when in opposition, likes the journalist, but when in power, perhaps not. This is popular about many democratic countries. One thing which I am facing, and perhaps many of the countries are facing, about the social media. I want to have your views and experience, because today the journalism is digital and mobile. The traditional ink and paper journalism is on the way out. I don't know whether it will be absolutely out or not, but surely, and the reach of this social media is on a click of a button, the entire world knows about it. Therefore, if a journalist writing in papers are responsible for the contents, what about the people writing on the Facebook and the social media? My friend from Finland, Elina, was disturbed about the ranking of a country by the Reporter Without Borders. As I said to you, it is the statutory obligation of the Press Council of India to maintain the freedom of the press, and our position is also not good. I have made correspondences with them, and I am sorry to say, and I say it openly, this ranking by the Reporter Without Borders is on perception and no factual basis. And I have certain things to talk about this. Whenever you rank the person, you must declare what is your principles. A child is declared to have secured first position because he has obtained 70% of marks or 80% of marks. What is the policy? And this policy must be declared and known to the world. I have more than 24 correspondence with them, and I'm sorry to say none of them have been replied by the Reporters Without Borders. One has to bear in mind, when you rank a country, you must rank one person out of 100,000 journalists dying is what percent? Is 0.0000 some percent. India has more than 100,000 journalists. If one journalist is killed, and that too, not for his journalistic activity, you talk about it. Killing of any individual, for that matter, any journalist is sad. We condemn that. But ranking a country on the basis of this, according to me, is absolutely ridiculous. Then they have, in fact, I have gone to their website, and on the website they rank us lower. Why? Because we have prosecuted and we are trying to prosecute a foreign journalist for writing, for visiting an aboriginal community which the highest court of the country had said, because they are almost extinct, the highest court of the country has said that nobody should be allowed to meet them because they feed them chocolates, they feed them biscuits. And the government has said nobody should be allowed, the highest court of the country has said nobody has to be allowed to meet them. And if somebody violates that, maybe a journalist, a sovereign country has the right to prosecute such people, and you can't rank us lower on that basis. We are a sovereign country, and you come out with our maps, and one of the part of the country is favored, and if we take action, a sovereign nation has to take action, and I commend for that. Therefore, ranking, I say it from this public platform, that ranking by the Reporters Without Borders is more on perception than on facts. Therefore, I have advised my government, because in the parliament of ours, every year, one or the other member puts this question, what is our ranking in the Reporters Without Borders? And I have said to the chairman of the Press Council, don't take notice of that. There are many things to talk, but the time is limited, and I thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. I just cut it short, right?
So the presentation for today is over, and next we are going to have two discussions. So we are going to contribute more to the shared experience. So the first discussion will be led by Mr. Vigilo to talk about the good practice on the management of the financial and human resources, including the capacity building for the press council. Thank you.
experience from the very first council of in the world to the very newest council. I think from Sweden to Timor-Leste. So we have a range of, we can have different experiences and different challenges. But I think in every presentation we note this word independence from government fundings, and some of the press council, they are state funding. So now comes the issue. Our discussion that I'm going to lead is what do we think about, or what's the good practice that we need to adopt on the management of financial and human resource that can guarantee the independence of our institution, the press council. I think we all of us, we are in the same idea that the independence of journalism, the independence also depends on how the media guarantee the economic independence of journalists. That's why we also advocate for just remuneration for the journalists. But now we will focus on the management, how to mobilize our resources that can contribute to our financial independence. So with the financial independence we have, can enforce our financial institution. So I leave the floor open to everyone that can want to share the experience, especially on this, only on this issue of management and human resource. These include capacity building of the staffs, how to increase the capacity of our staffs, and also how to mobilize resources that can, fortify your institution as an independent institution. So I think I leave the floor open. So our discussion based on will be until 5. So we have 24 minutes left for us to share our ideas. So
I just want to do one thing.
Yeah.
I believe many of the press councils have funding by the industry. Is it voluntary or what? Is it voluntary or? It's not voluntary. Is it voluntary?
It can also lead to the press council will be in favor of that contributor.
So the voluntary with some
suffering with the budget on especially when we increase the reorganization by creating the ethics committee and work in proactive. We will spend more money for that. What we trying to explore is with the proposal, the recommendation from the we got the advisor from the UK, assisted by the UK embassy in Bangkok, negotiating with the big company that believe in good governance and believe in the anti-corruption. That the media is very crucial in the anti-corruption campaigns and something like that. And ask all these companies to put the money regularly, annually, in the trust fund, and the trust fund will go to the press council, and the trust fund will manage by independent people. But after he went around talking with the representative of the big company in Thailand, I assume he didn't disclose who he's been talking to, but I assume that there's some international company. There's some different feedback. Some said yes, some said no, some said reluctant. But for myself, it's a good idea, but it has to put a lot of effort to try to explain to the company that they going to put the money in trust fund. And you also, before you're doing that, you have to make sure that the operation of the press council is efficient enough for the public to rely on. So then it'll be easier to go on to this idea. But if it's not, I have to say that we are in the National Press Council Thailand, not because of the pressure from the junta, but it's already on our own agenda to reform the work of the Press Council. So that's why we got the consultant from the formerly Press Complaint Commission of UK. Yeah, I think this is the issues of financing is going to be a big issue for every press council. But we don't have the representative from the German Press Council, but I think it's the model of the German Press Council. Our friend from Europe might know that the German Press Council get 1/3 of the budget from the parliament, from the parliament budget, directly, not go through the government, because the German parliament has some budget to allocate to the NGOs, non-government organizations. So they give 1/3 of the budget. That's because of they don't want the industry to dominate the council, because the German Press Council is only consists of the member from the industry, no outsider, no honorary member. So that's why the parliament said you have to accept 1/3 of our budget, so you don't too much dominate the council. So I think that's one of the good idea. I think it's the same as you.
Yeah.
I seem to be one of the richest press council of the world. That is because of the number of newspapers and magazines we have. We on the basis of their circulation levy fee. And this levy of fee is provided with the statute itself. And therefore, those countries who have less number of newspapers and magazines perhaps may not have sufficient fund. If given the levy, I'm told in one of the countries there are only less than 100 newspapers. Then what levy you have? And therefore, there has to be, I think, not by the government, but by the legislative body itself, the parliament of the country or something like that. Otherwise, the journalists are not favorite species or the political party who is in power. No party who is in power likes the journalist. It's other way. If you are in opposition, yes, they start liking the journalist. Therefore, there has to be something which we have to insulate it from the government funding. How do one does that? Depends upon the best. I think is the levy of fee from the newspaper itself. It's a small levy, but large number of newspapers. But it will depend upon the number of newspapers you have, or the magazines, or all depends upon that.
Okay.
You can go before me. He can say something before me, because it takes time to get the mic.
Thank you.
name is Mwangi from Nairobi, from Kenya. I am the director of the Press Council in Kenya. Important things. Number one, it is possible for the government to fund Press Council and still maintain its independence, depending again with the level of democracy, the respect of the rule of law, and so forth. I receive 40% of my funding from the government. The rest comes from the media industry and other partners. And we have been able to take the government to court and won the case, despite of the government funding. Of course, the government was not very happy that they would give us funds, then use the same fund to pay lawyers, to take the government to court, and the government lost. So for the last 6 years, I have been at the helm of the council. I have never received calls or directives from the government on how to manage the affairs of the council, or even a complaint from the government to the chair of the Complaints Commission, who is a judge of the High Court, about the direction that the complaints should take. So it is possible for that model to work in some countries. It is not possible to work in others. It all depends with the respect of the rule of law, and also how well the media freedom is enshrined in the constitution of the country. Number two, and this is very important, is that we find that in emerging democracies and in Asia and in Africa, the work of the Media Council is enormous, and it goes beyond just the issues of handling of complaints. The presentation made here today from Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, we see press councils that are purely dealing with complaints. If you listen to presentation from Asia, and possibly in Kenya as an example of those countries from Africa, we deal with so many issues of media, challenges. Actually, press councils are a media development institutions, so to speak. They're not just purely press councils. You deal with the training, you deal with the research, you deal with lobbying, you deal with so many issues. Sometimes we lose track and really forget, our key responsibility is to hold journalists to account. That is our work, because we are lost in many, many other things that we are doing besides handling of complaints. So that is one of the major problems that press councils are facing in emerging economies and emerging democracies in Africa and Asia. And possibly we need to think, if Europe was starting their regulation now, would they be as successful as they are today? I don't think so. We are working in a very difficult situation in Africa and Asia, and therefore the issues of support and nurturing, and learning, continuous learning, is very, very critical for Africa and Asia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for it.
Actually, like to build on this. My name is Christian Olsen. I'm representing SIDA, Swedish International Development Agency. I'm a former journalist and publisher, but I worked since 10 years back on freedom of expression and media support at SIDA. My organization support this event. We support UNESCO's work on freedom of expression. And we also support the Myanmar Independent Press Council via IMS and FOIL, and we support the Kenyan Press Council at some point, different areas. So I'd like to address this thing that is actually addressed to press councils in developing, so-called developing countries according to the OECD DAC. I'd like to address this. The most independent journalist is is a rich journalist, right? And as someone said before, in order to be totally independent as a press council, you have to earn your own money basically, or get your own money for free. So that's the goal. But getting there, you might need some help. And this is an opportunity, and I'd like to raise this with you because partly we support this network, but also we see today that there is a big crisis when it comes to democracy related to media and media news. That is very highly political and has an interest that I haven't seen in 10 years. And it is a sad situation, but it's actually an opportunity for this field because there is an increased demand on solutions. And the solutions so far has been to support courses for journalists. You know, anyone can say that journalists needs more training. Even a dictator can do that, so it's been very popular. But it's a big problem in finding institutions supporting media. Partly good because the developing field that I represent don't know about this very well. They come from different other disciplines. So partly it is because of that. Partly because the media industry is very poorly regulated and poorly organized because they are competing companies. So when you have an interest as a donor, many have today, I would say, you can see from the list of participants there's lots of policymakers here. They have no one to address except civil society telling media what to do from outside. And I would like to take just a few minutes more to say that the media councils, I agree that you have a much more bigger burden than in the northern countries, in the European and American countries. But it is an opportunity actually for a change now, because the Media Council has a central role for democracy and can build on this. And I'm sure that UNESCO could help you out in developing concept notes on how to address this. You can address it to donors at national level, like Myanmar case, where there are actually donors there in Myanmar interested. But that's not always the case. Then you have to address regional funds or global funds. And UNESCO receives global fund and IMS receives global fund. So there are actors that could help you out with this, and I would really urge the network to do this, and quite urgently to create concept notes of what would make the biggest change for you if you had more money? What would you do if you had more funding? What would happen in society? What would you contribute to? Thank you.
Okay.
From Finland. I only have a very small note on strategy. Like, I think that all of us, we have a target to increase the part of the money we get from the industry and the companies, because that is the money that makes us independent. I mean, even in Finland we get 80% from the industry and 20% from the government. So the target is to become independent is to increase the money we get, gradually increase the money we get from the industry. And in Finland it's been pretty easy because we have very strong publishers union. And when you belong to the publishers union, it's sort of part and the parcel that you have to obey the journalist guidelines, and as a part of your fee you are also paying for the system. And what I try to emphasize in my presentation is that this is not charity from the part of the media organization, the media companies, because first it guarantees the trust of the public. Like, especially it's even important now in the times of all this free social media. If you want to sell a journalistic product, you have to have something to sell. You have to have some content which is different from the rest of the content. And then on the other hand, they save, I think in Finland, when there is no litigation against the media houses anymore, they actually save more than what they pay for us. And I personally think that I should never take this as granted. My strategy is to try to speak with the media organization, and remind them, let them understand the value they get from these small fees they pay. So I keep on constantly explaining the values for them. And next year, when we have the 50th anniversary, I will do something new, or we will do something. We will rather do something new. Like we will transform the logo of the Media Council to some kind of more like stamp-like of things that they can use as a guarantee of belonging to the Media Council system if they want. So if they want, they can use this as a guarantee of journalistic content that belongs to the system. And at the same time, we will have some media, like education for the public and the pupils at school about the system. So we try to connect the new logo with the understanding of the public and create value for them.
Thank you.
The media outlets. What is happening here in Nepal, that Press Council of Nepal does not take monetary support or membership charge from the media outlets, but there is funding from the government itself. And there is question in the discussions that is there third thought that press councils or media councils around the world stop taking funding or monetary support from both the government and media outlets, so to stop their influence at the critical time. This is my curiosity. Is there any third thought, maybe a membership or some self-sustained methods, so that there is no critical influence of the media outlets and government at the time of crisis? Thank you so much.
Okay. Maybe Australia? Any thought?
Point of view, we are totally independent of government funding, and our challenge is to keep the funding coming from the publishers. Our mantra is totally independent of government, but sufficiently independent of publishers to do our job. So that's the way we resolve those two potential dependencies. And one of the things we've done with new publisher members is to bring them in at a token fee. We brought in one publisher for about $1,000 a year, and over a couple of years we're substantially increasing the fee up to a more commercial level. And that seems to work okay. So they get used to the idea of belonging, of contributing, and gradually the fee gets increased. The other thing that could be very relevant is where the government, and I think Ireland does this, and you mentioned New Zealand, Mary, under their Defamation Act they have a thing that there's a special defence for any publisher that belongs to the Press Council. So there's not a law making publishers belong, but if they belong they get this great benefit that they wouldn't get otherwise. So it makes paying for Press Council membership worthwhile. So I guess part of what I'm saying is one needs to look at the value proposition for the publishers and persuade them that it's worth their while to join.
It applies to press council decisions, but the Criminal Procedure Act is what mentions organisations that belong to the Press Council and the Broadcasting Standards Authority, and that gives journalists the right to argue for name suppression and to be allowed to stay in court when the court is cleared. So they're the...
Thank you. 2 minutes? Yeah. Okay. 1 minute and then last minute.
Well, government is given by the taxpayers. So long as we are loyal to the people, I don't feel any guilt. And another thing is, during the time of the Interim Press Council, we had to rely on the donation by private media. But we found some media try to influence us, some private media. So we feel more comfortable living on the fund provided by the state. Thank you.
Yes, we are also, as I told you before, totally independent from the state, and we get all our money from the industry. But what I did not say when I spoke to you earlier during my presentation is that we have no individual newspaper or news companies members in our press ethical system, and we don't get any money directly from the newspaper companies. We get it through their organizations. We filter the money through the organizations, which makes it easier to keep a distance from the interest of the industry. But I would also like to add that 25% of the money we get is from administrative fees when the newspapers are criticized. When a complaint is upheld, they must pay an administrative fee. Today, for a newspaper over 10,000 of circulation, it's $4,000. Thank you.
Okay, come to the end. But I think there's several options. Trust fund, government fund, and industrial fund.
Sin tax also. Sin tax. Thailand?
No.
No longer tobacco and tax?
In the proposal, the alternative proposal that we try to send to the government to have the media protection company instead of having, but without legal sanction. We put that the money will come from Syntech, but not directly, because we have in Thailand, we have the Thai PBS, a new public television channel, which get funding from Syntech, from the tax of cigarette and liquor, and they get 2,000 million baht per year from the earmark tax. We said that in the law said the draft law said we like to get 15% of the surplus. So it means if they get 2,100 million baht, we will get 15 million baht a year. So that is the proposal.
Okay, thank you. But to end this, I just want to say that no matter the trust funded or government funded, the main objective of our effort is to keep the editorial power, the press power as a fourth pillar of democracy, not being used by other power, the political power and the economic power. So I think that's our collective effort, no matter from Europe or to us. That's the effort. And then I think money, it's important, but I think what the more important is the value that we have in our law, the democracy value, and also for us like Timor-Leste, as a new country, as a small country situated between two countries. We keep saying to the politicians that fighting for press freedom is not just a commitment to uphold the democratic principles, but also a responsibility to our history of struggle. We keep saying that many journalists have been died here in this land to help to reach the independence. We have Balibo 5, the 5 Australian journalists were killed in Balibo in '75, and then Roger East, the other one, were killed in Dili also in '75. In '99, a Dutch journalist, Sander Thoms, and Indonesian journalist, Agus Mulyama, were killed there. So our effort is to value the sacrifice they have made for this land. So that's the strong part that we want to encourage the politician not trying to intervene into the political editorial. So I think the value that we need to money, it's important. So we keep saying to the government, this is the money, but it's not because you want to help us because we are poor, but it's a legal mandate that you need to provide. So that's one thing that we need to, I hope that I agree with the suggestion from Finland Sweden as well, to reach that stage, the independent, we need some incentive in the beginning. So I think I leave that message to Ulfa. Thank you very much for your contribution.
So now let's begin our second discussion.
Earlier in my presentation in the morning, we came here with the expectation of learning from the experience of our senior press council, being the second youngest press council, and the user-generated content is actually, it is all the Greek to us, because in our community, the democracy is very young, only 2 years old, and press council is also 2 years old. And concerning the user-generated content, it is something related with the internet, telecommunication. And our
telecommunication system isn't that good. You face the challenges caused by user-generated content. Anyway, we would very much like to hear the experiences from our seniors concerning the user-generated content. What we are facing in our country at the moment is, with the advancement of the telecommunication technology, we notice the challenges that user-generated content can cause. It's likely to grow very speedily. First of all, I'd like to start with the most senior press council, Sweden.
First of all, when it comes to the bloggers and those who work on social media and so on and so forth, I mean, self-regulation means that you can only regulate those who want to be regulated. I mean, it's free willing, and you must want to be regulated. And I'd say that, as it looks today, most of those operations are not interested in being regulated in a self-regulatory system. So therefore, I think that is very, very hard to achieve. What we have done in Sweden is that we take the social media that is connected to the newspapers that we can control. Those can we try in our press council. And we have an open mind, so those who are operating on the internet as not some kind of online media can free willingly be members, be parts of our press ethical system if they want. And today we have roughly 30 online newspapers who free willingly accepted to be part of the self-regulatory system. But I mean, 30 online operators, I mean, there are thousands. Just in small Sweden we have thousands of that kind of online operations. So 30 is just a very, very small part. But we must have in mind you can only regulate those who want to be regulated.
Yes, I sort of see that we, as a press council, we are sort of a border control. We try to keep the border between regulated and non-regulated content as clear as possible. So I think that we can't regulate or control the whole internet universe. What we can do is that we try to improve our own conduct all the time as journalists, and then we can inform and educate the public about it and try to let them understand what is journalistic content and what is not. So that's why.
First of all, I've had some comment from people after my presentation, and I need to clarify what I said about bloggers. As far as user-generated comments goes, we've had a lot of discussion at the Press Council about this, and in particular about the anonymity of them. And we draw parallels with letters to the editor. And we've said we don't allow, we condemn newspapers that allow anonymously published letters unless there is a good reason, a good privacy reason. So how come people are allowed to post all these comments with anonymity? And the industry argument is that they're anonymous when they're online, but we know who they are because they have to register. And their other argument is if we insisted that they gave their names, then there wouldn't be as many comments posted, and so we would lose all this commentary feedback. And here is where it gets blurry, because they want to have people commenting because it keeps people on the pages. They can then sell to advertisers that people are coming online, staying this long, making so many comments, and it's actually a selling point for them. So this is kind of blurring between editorial and management, and so I think what we are trying to do, well, what we are doing is I am working, when I get a complaint, for instance, I go straight to the moderator of the organisation, the person that is moderating the comments. And what we are trying to do is enhance moderation by letting them know, Press Council's here, we're looking at what's happening, you know, and then there's a third issue, and that is that we have had a few people complaining because they've sent in comments that haven't been posted, and they complain to the editor, and then eventually they come to us. And we have adopted a policy, and that again we regard it as being analogous to letters to the editor. We say an editor has a right to refuse to publish a letter to the editor. Equally, we say that they should be allowed to refuse to publish user-generated comments, and even to blacklist particular people if they, over a period of time, have shown that they won't respect the terms and conditions. So they're the three things that we've been dealing with.
A couple of things from our point of view. One significant area is the effect of Google and Facebook on the profitability of traditional media. They have taken something like 85% of the revenue that's there, and in Australia at least, I think it might well be shared in other parts of the world. It's put enormous pressure on our traditional media, which is affecting them in all sorts of ways. So that's one major issue that is yet, I think, to be worked through. But the positive side of the technological developments is that there are lots and lots of online media sites, as was mentioned by others. So in Australia there are lots of new little online sites that may or may not succeed in the long term, but for us they represent great opportunities to get them on board, to get them committed to our rules, our processes, to get them paying a share of our self-regulatory burden, and to increase our coverage of publications across the country. With user-generated comments, our position is very much like that of New Zealand. We would regard them as being published by the publisher, and we would take complaints about them. And the only other thing I wanted to add was one thing that's come out of user-generated content is, for example, the video taken of some crime being committed that's then posted on the internet somewhere, and a news site picks it up and puts it on their news site. Here's a terrible crime being committed, and it shows it all in a lot of graphic detail, in a sort of detail you'd never see if it was shown on TV. And so that's one issue for us, is how do we reconcile the way we would treat that sort of video on a news site with the way that sort of video might be treated on a TV site.
As far as the user-generated content of social media is concerned, the Press Council of India doesn't have any jurisdiction over them. In fact, we have suggested for amendment of law to bring the social media also within the domain of the Press Council. One is on the merit of the contents. The other is whether it should be within the jurisdiction of a body to oversee that. Actually, the contents in the social media are many times so vulnerable that it affects the country. Therefore, to say, I think this should be tested in the same fashion as that of the print media. We must err on the side of the freedom of expression. But if there is certain freedom which affects the sovereignty and against the public test, perhaps one has to come in picture. It's a very interesting thing to tell you about this social media. There is a very known news channel in India, and every day they come up with a program called The Viral Truth. They pick up many stories from the social media and analyze as to whether it's true or it's not true. And many of the cases we have found that absolutely untrue. They come out with a story that there is a temple in a remote part of country where People of certain community have not been allowed to worship for the last 200 years. Fact of the matter is that there is no temple like this. Therefore, this social media has some responsibility also. You just can't come out with whatever you like. But at the same time, it must not be affecting the freedom of individual. You can have views on a particular subject, but to come out with a fake story, and many of the fake stories do come in the social media. Therefore, one has to, one can't ignore that also.
Social media is killing 30% of civil servants' time of Nepal. Right? So instead of doing official works, just using Facebook, Twitter. But not only negative aspect of this. 2 years ago, there was a big earthquake in Nepal, and some people are in remote areas being suffered by kidney trouble or cancer, and he is helpless. He or she is helpless without getting any financial support or others. If someone posts these stories on the humanitarian ground, people used to support them. In big earthquake also, we got support from the international community immediately. 2 months ago, there was a meeting summoned by Prime Minister at his residence. Some people in Facebook read very bad things about his family, his wife, his daughter, and etc. And he was also, in trouble for a couple of months. And he asked a question to Army Chief, Police Chief, and Intelligence Chief. What about banning this Facebook in Nepal, like in China? Why not? So we strongly opposed it, and government couldn't materialize it. Though he instructed Facebook 10 to 5, up to 10 to 5 every day during office hours. It's banned in secretariat, government secretariat. To some extent, it's necessary to prevent the civil servants not doing their job duties. But it doesn't mean that it should be banned. There are some implications, good or bad on both sides. There are one topic, another one I mentioned. Okay. Since Timor and Malaysia, Myanmar, your new press council just established, we would like to invite you in Nepal to come as our guest and see how we work while we are working, and maybe our experience could help you to function well. Thank you very much.
I want to hear from you, anyone here, that press councils or media councils across the world should enter into the domain that where there are no journalists or journalism as such, but freedom of expression issues are concerned on social media. Should councils across the world monitor the content on Facebook or social media where not essentially journalists express their stories or their writings or their journalistic work?
If I raising a very sensitive, sentimental, sensational question, have you watched the latest pornographic film that was put up by an unknown blah blah blah, and they attracted thousands of likes, and I think they used their popularity for commercial attracting. Is it something connected with this? And would it be sensible to regulate social media? The social media user, unethical user of the
Who are
Facebook.
not journalists.
They are not
Who
journalists,
not
but
journalists. So councils go through the content of the individuals using social media. They are not journalists, but expressing on social media.
I think it has to be journalistic content that comes under the control of an editor for us to be involved. Just
somebody just who has not the first idea of the ethics of journalism, putting something up, you know, I think it would contaminate our process if we were to try to regulate that.
We have two terminologies to say. One is the journalistic content, and the other is editorial treatment. For example, certain radio stations or TV channels, they come with a specific focus. For example, only on music. That's they have classical music or what music. This is what we consider as editorial treatment because they have some objective to achieve with putting the music, or some only on cultural issues, or some things. It's editorial, but it's not journalistic content. So the other aspect that we take care of is journalistic content. So we differ. So if come to we say private blogs or private Facebook, it's not our domain to go after that. We do involve in campaign of hate speech that we try to advocate, but as part of the judgment, we don't go to this private contents.
If we're talking about the social media or user generation, there's so many issues that we have to talk. I think half an hour is not enough. But okay, I'll raise the. I mean, in Thailand, there's so many issues dealing with social media today. But the most serious one that we are facing, relating to self-regulation, is that there's one newspaper website which is #1 news website in Thailand. They are not member of the press council because they used to be, but they withdraw. But they are the member of this. They are member of the Society for Online News Provider Association, which also self-regulate. So they have their own code of ethics. And this website, of course, they will have their fan page on Facebook, which is very popular. They got like 11, 12 million people like on their fan page. And one day they do Facebook Live of a man who climbed up to the telecom pole and treated himself to hang himself. And they do live of this man treating himself for like almost an hour. But by the minute that the man hung himself and killed himself, they took the life down. Okay, because they used the phone. The reporter used the phone. And there's a lot of complaint to the association. So now we are conducting an investigation. But preliminary investigation is that the owner of the website said, "Oh, we didn't do anything wrong because the minute they hung themselves, we didn't show it live. But all the before that one, the first one out on the negotiation, on the people try to calm the man down and try to take him down, you know. Everything is on live on Facebook Live on their fan page. In this case, is becoming challenging for us how to regulate, and you know, so we asked them to testify. I mean, when I go back, we will have a discussion with them, you know, and see how we're going to go up with the verdict.
Does anybody have to add anything?
In my opinion, if an individual writes for a distinction, and I think the test should be same. actually those who write in blogs or social media, they also use the same alphabets. Although for a longer word they use a smaller your, you are becomes your or something like that. But the same alphabets are used by the bloggers in the social media. How can you make a distinction between the print media and the social media? All the time I emphasize that we should interpret in such a manner the freedom of expression is upheld. But to give a long rope in whatever form, print or, I think that may have bearing. And freedom, as everybody says, freedom is not absolute in any country. There is a freedom, but freedom is not absolute in country. So far in India is concerned, it's a very important proverb which is used that in India we prefer to have an irresponsible press than a controlled press. If we have to choose between irresponsible and controlled, we will prefer an irresponsible press than a controlled press. And if the bloggers and social media use the same letters, same alphabets, I think this would come within the domain of the press councils. Although yes, I suggested that numbers, I don't know how many numbers, but contents must come.
Anybody who has a mobile phone can become a citizen journalist if the telephone internet connection is good enough. So I sometimes wonder whether it would be a good idea to teach how to be a good social media journalist at school. do you happen to have any ideas like this?
Press Council of Indonesia dealt with this matter a few years ago when they end up by having a guideline for online media, because at that time we felt that the current code of ethics, the journalistic code of ethics, is not sufficient for online because of the speed and the instantaneous of that, and also because of user-generated content. And we had, I think the Press Council invited every online representative to talk, and after 8 meetings, I think they come to an agreement, which is basically, I think, the difference between the, first of all, in our law, it's stated definition of journalist is a person who doing gathering information, broadcasting, and so on, and who follow the code of ethics of journalism. So if you don't follow that, then by legal definition, you are not a journalist. And the end, and by the law say that who have the last word on the whether the code of ethics has been breached or not is the Press Council. So it's kind of like the Supreme Court of the code of ethics in journalism. So then, because of the spirit of self-regulation, then if any online or blogger, if they want to be protected by the Press Council, they have to declare that they are following the code of ethics of journalists. Otherwise, it's their own response. It's just the difference between pamphlet and a newspaper. Because the reader have an expectation. If it is it's a same paper, but it stated the brand, the identity, who's responsible for the content, that's a different expectation than just a paper filled with information, nobody know who wrote it or the address and so on. So it's basically journalism is verified blogger. A blogger who are verified follow the journalism is a journalist. But if you don't follow it, you are not a journalist. It's just the same like if you are following all the necessary requirement to become a medical doctor, then you can you are a doctor, but the same person who even got the title of doctor by education, but he doesn't want to follow the standard operating procedure of medical, then he's not acting as a doctor. So I think there's this kind of expectation. If you claim yourself to be a journalist, this is the minimum standard that people expect for you. And the second is user-generated content. We were, one of the discussion was is something like, if you have a fence which is bordering your private property and public property, and somebody wrote a graffiti on it, are you liable for what it is written there? If you don't know, you're not. But if somebody says something's written there that's very bad, and you don't act on it, then you become at least partly responsible. So actually we just follow Facebook or Google. If you have to have the ability in online media that someone can report if there is something that they feel uncomfortable or against the law, and you have to be within, I think it's 24 hours, yeah? Or 2 by 24 hours? I forgot the guideline. 48 hours. If by 48 hours there is no reaction, then you are partly responsible. So that is a reasonable amount of time, I think. And I think you can access this. It's also available in English in our website. I think it's reasonably working so far. Because user-generated content is impossible to manage it. I mean, even if you moderate it automatically, even Google couldn't. You know, you can ban certain bad word, but then they just add another symbol or a dash or something. You can always way around it. So I think, in a sense, in digital world, there's everything crowdsourcing, including the management of information should be crowdsourcing. It's impossible to do it by non-crowdsourcing. So basically, it's just like, is of a tree fall make a sound if no one around to hear it? If a bad information dangerous if no one actually know that information. So I think we share the responsibility in digital world, because in digital world, it is the border between private and public. And I want to close down with a very interesting story, because journalist is a storyteller. When I was in Istanbul, I asked my guide, why is this Ottoman Sultanate, who at one point was the largest empire in the world, 3 continents, fall down, decline? And first he said, oh, you know, any empire go up and down. But I said, is there any reason? And he said, very interesting story, that because, in his personal opinion, when they found the Gutenberg printing machine, the people in the West thought, wow, this is a very good way to spread science, you know, and knowledge, because it's cheap, fast, and very efficient. But the ulama at the Ottoman Empire see, oh, this is a dangerous tool for pornography and all bad things. So the Ottoman Empire banned the printing machine for more than a century. And according to my guide, that made Ottoman, who was ahead in technology, become behind and decline. So I can imagine now internet is just like that. We can focus that it's actually very good, we connect us, or the good thing about internet, or we can focus on the bad thing, pornography, everything. But I have a friend here from Denmark, right? Denmark is the country that legalized pornography the first time in '63. And what happened? Does it mean that people become crazy? No, actually in 2 years, almost all the pornographic industry went bankrupt. But fortunately, they found a new customer which is from countries that ban pornography, that make it illegal. So sometimes what we fear, I think Aung San Suu Kyi says, the fear of fear itself is more dangerous. So I want to quote my end with quoting Amartya Sen, who a few years ago is the Nobel laureate, who said that press freedom is like the oxygen of democracy. But even a good thing, a vital thing like oxygen, which we cannot be alive without oxygen, has negative effect, which it can cause corrosion in steel. Now, do you want to concentrate because oxygen make corrosion in the steel? We should ban oxygen. You know, we weigh the benefit and the doubt, and we have Article 19 and Article 20 and the balance. And let me be more extreme in this. Maybe many of you didn't realize that hate speech, according to the US Constitution, is a protected speech. But America survived for more than 20 years. In fact, now it's the most powerful country in the world. So is hate speech that dangerous? I'll stop at that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We still have 2 minutes. The future networking possibilities between regional and international self-regulatory mechanism. And I'd like to give the floor to our friend from Nepal. He has some special message to, and let's wind up with this presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. As I have already mentioned,
the World Association of
South Asian Alliance of Press Councils is going to be formed in November. So he is the best proper person to invite you formally to join this. And the second one is about the World Association of Press Councils. My friend from Kenya, he was here, but he joined another function. I think he's second vice president, first vice president. So you are, all of you, are most welcome to join us. Let's go together.
And the venue is going to be where?
November meeting is New Delhi. And another one is we are finalizing it. Thank you. And let's keep in touch.
I want to give you the basic idea of that. We have drafted the constitution, the draft constitution of that is ready. We have circulated to many countries. They have sent their response, and we have incorporated those responses. We will be circulating it again after that. In India, we celebrate National Press Day on 16th of November every year. This is our golden jubilee years, and we are planning to have that formal signing of that in November. I have written to many countries, and I am willing to go an extra mile for having this body in November 2017 itself.
And actually we do two things in this network. First of all, we have a joint Google group where everybody within the network and our friends around the globe can take part, and they then be part of the discussions that's constantly going on within this Google group on different matters that concerns press councils. The second activity that we have is that we have a conference once a year, often pretty ambitious conferences with international guests and debates on what's central in journalism and in ethics, media ethics. Last year we had a conference in Stockholm celebrating our 100 years as a press council, and we had many guests from all over the world. And next year we will have the conference in Budapest. It will be the 12th, and this year, thank you. Anyway, this year we will have the conference in Budapest, the 12th and 13th of October. And next year, 2018, we will have it in Helsinki. Those who want to be part of our Google group, to get invitation to our conferences and to take part of our debates, can write an email to IPSO in the Press Council in England, and we have a contact person there whom you can contact, and you will be put on our...
Thank you for sharing your experience and suggestions. So I'd like to conclude this session by expressing our heartfelt thanks to the host and to the organizers, and to you all for sharing your experiences.
Okay, dear gentlemen and ladies, so to close our session, we would like to invite Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to make this statement, but as you probably heard, the full day today, there are diverse ways of press councils. The name branch of press council. Just from the funding, we know that they are funded by industry, 100%. There are one like India, 100% funded by the public money, or like Indonesia, which is half-half, because the government are not obliged to fund the press council, but the press council also can raise its own fund, although right now I think it is probably 95% funded by the government. And but the difference is also, if press council is fully self-regulatory, that means they only regulatory the one who want to be a member. But in the case of Indonesia, it's become a law. It's no longer actually self-regulatory in that sense, because by law, the Press Council of Indonesia has to defend press freedom. And in fact, the law even given the Press Council to report to the police anyone who is found guilty of infringement of the Press Council can be sent to jail for up to 2 years, or fine of 500 million rupiah. And I think quite a few people has been sent to jail because they have been proven guilty of infringement of the press freedom. Because the idea is press freedom, it does not belong to the journalist or the publisher. It is the public rights. In fact, sometimes the threat to press freedom comes from the publisher and the journalist. In the case of Nepal, I think. I can share with you a little story where at one point, I remember there was a television owners who censored one of its investigative works, which the chief editor said is met all the criteria of code of ethics of journalism, but because it hurt the friend, a minister who is the friend of the owner, then the owner said no. So with this tool, I called the person who I know personally. I said, look, if you don't broadcast this film, I have no choice, even though I am your personal friend, but by law, I have to report it to the police that you have committed a crime, and you have to know that you can go to jail for up to 2 years. The investigative journalism. So I think that show this is clearly not what you clearly define as self-regulation anymore. It's actually already part of state regulation in a sense. But it doesn't matter, as I would like to quote Deng Xiaoping, it doesn't matter the cat is black or white, as long as it catch mouse, it's a good cat. See, journalism and access professional conduct of journalists, we don't care the color, the funding, or you know, the number of the press council. You know, it's okay as long as it defend press freedom. So we don't, of course we share our experiences because we always can improve our press councils, and we have more and more challenge from the social media. And can you imagine soon not only we have social media, but we have probably holographic media. And can you imagine soon we will have even information that not only give you a picture and a text, but also a sense of feeling. So you can imagine what will happen to the pornographic industry. That is another challenge that we have to face. This is what we call a disruptive technology, disruptive innovation. But we don't have to be afraid, you know. Is it okay if I teach Denmark again?
we are in for you are even right to offend Denmark.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Because I really love this one story I had to make a debate with a medical doctor who are very convincing, who have this theory in front of one of the big institutions in Indonesia, that he truly believes that pornography can cause people to go crazy. And he had all this picture of the brain wave and all this stuff. And then after he finished, I asked her in front of the audience, do you think all the Danish people are crazy? No. In fact, and to be fair to her, she said, according to some study, Denmark is among what is considered the most Islamic society, with Norway and New Zealand. So I said, you know that in '67, Denmark was the first country to legalize pornography. She was shocked. So again, I would like to conclude with this. Sometimes being a regulator, self-regulator, we are so afraid, so fearful of something that might never materialize. That we are like what I remember Plato used to call the allegory of the cave. You know, when one of the person who from the bone was tied up to the rope, when suddenly he was released, he went out to the open sky and looked, and he went back to tell all the new thing he said, and everybody there saying, you are crazy. And after a while he believed he is crazy, so he tied himself again in the dark cave. It's quite interesting that many people can go that way. It's not just a story, it happened in real life. And I'm hoping that most of us here in the Press Council, we embrace being liberated from the cave. Because as Aung San Suu Kyi says, the fear of fear is the most dangerous. Thank you very much.
And also on behalf of UNESCO, we would like to thank you all for contributing so many things to today's session. And at the end, we would like to invite all of you to go front and we can take a group photo together to the memory of today. Thank you.
One, two, three. Okay.
Thank you.